Hi there. I managed to actually press the go live. Camille will be joining us in a minute. I'm working on my blanket yarn cardigan. This is one of the front panels. Sorry. No, you can't. Well, you can kind of get a feel for how large that is. And that is only 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's only 7 rows. And you can see how big that is. Let's look and see. Let's look and see. Say hi when you're here. Let's look and see how big that is with the 7 rows. This is the beauty of the blanket yarn. Is that, yeah, that's 9 inches with 7 rows. And you can see I'm leaving large gaps. Hi, Chef Lori. So that it breathes. Because again, blanket yarn is thick and it's almost like a chenille. I will get this direction thing eventually. Hi Bridget. Camille will be with us in a second. She wasn't quite ready, but anyway, so this this is how much I have to work with still for the first 2 panels. And I have already made the back and both sleeves, and I'm partway through the first front panel. Here's a sleeve. And then there's, sorry, I attached the sleeves because I was just trying to make sure, but there's the back panel. So it's not super heavy. It's a little heavy because, it is blanket yarn after all. But oh, hi, Presley. How are you? Glad you made it now. Oh, the race is almost over. So, Chef Lori, which race is today? Because I know is it NASCAR that you watch, I think? But I know I had some rain delays, right? But good. How are you? Oh, hey, Michelle. I was going to send you a link, so I'm glad you saw the notification or however you ended up here. I was doing good, but I went to my grandson's first birthday. So he turned 1 earlier this week, but the Daytona 500. Okay. At the birthday party, there was a kid that's the same age as my granddaughter who just turned 3, who was screaming the whole time. And so I left there with quite the migraine. I took meds. I seem to be okay, but I don't know how long. That's part of the reason I'm doing this instead of at me. And I have to do something with the camera, which I might later. If I get a panel done, then I could show you how it's going to all go together, but we'll see. I've got this stitch pattern down now, so I don't have to look at it. Yeah, no, it's all right, Presley. Sadly, it is just part of my life. Hey, Loncool. Yeah, and luckily I have all the meds, so I can just basic Excedrin today. That's all it took. I didn't have to take one of my crazy strong from the neurologist medications. It's just life. It's, what do you do? I just really am hoping that when my hormones change, that everything will be back to normal. And the key will be sleeping tonight. If I can get a good night's sleep, that makes a big difference too. But screaming kids, there's nothing that can fix that. And yesterday it was the barometric pressure change. It's annoying, but it's all good. My grandson is the one that just turned 1, because I have another one that's out in California. And he'll turn 2 in May, so he's just a little bit older. My grandson is really sweet. He's a very chill 1-year-old baby boy. I've seen other baby boys, and he's very much more chill than I think I was supposed to. Are we good there? Yeah. See, I should have had another chain there. I don't want to rip out that row. See, this is the thing about crochet that I don't know if that's the case with knit. I can ignore the fact that I made a mistake right here because there should be 2 chains there. And I only did 1, but it's fine. Whatever. But yeah, my baby boys can be very chaotic. Yes. So what's funny, Presley, is that my granddaughter, oops, that's not this. Yeah, that is right. My granddaughter, so his older sister, it has what I describe as boy energy. She's very, very active and has been since the get-go. And my grandson, so her brother, is just chill little dude. So they kind of got like opposite because his personality is very much like my daughter's. My daughter was always, my older daughter was always very chill. My younger daughter was more like my granddaughter and kind of always going, always on the go. She was very mom obsessed. Whereas my older daughter is super, super extroverted. So like, as long as somebody was holding her or paying attention to her, she was happy. It did not matter if it was mom, dad, or anybody that we, any trusted adult in her life. She was happy. And he's like that. He just likes to be held. He likes people a lot. Hello, Camille. I'm just chatting about my grandson.
Had to unmute myself. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
How is everybody? Sorry, I had to finish them tacos.
So, oh yeah, what kind of tacos? Just regular?
He did chicken in mole sauce.
Oh, mole sauce. I like mole.
And rice. I feel like something was missing. Probably the cheese.
Yeah, I could have put cheese on there.
Did you have cheese on there?
I put a little cotija on the top, but
let me peel this up so I can see the chat.
Does this need to be zoomed in a little more, or is it good?
Yeah.
I had taco salad last night, so that's close. Jennifer, what was I going to tell you? It'll come to me later.
Oh, I haven't had a taco salad in a while.
Yeah, we do taco salad at least once a month. And we'll do black beans and queso and olives and guac and yeah.
That sounds good.
All the good stuff. But yeah, it's always homemade. That is one of the meals I actually make. We had spaghetti tonight. My husband made that because he had to go to work. Well, he'll go to work here shortly, about an hour. Burritos and rice. So we're all on that theme of food today. Well, not my spaghetti, but me yesterday.
I haven't had spaghetti in a minute.
Oh, yeah. It was funny. Is that a delivery truck? I think a delivery truck just pulled out in front of my house.
What'd you order?
Literally could be anything. Oh, I am going to show you guys this. I'm going to sneak this over here. I just ordered this because as you can see, I needed a lot of USB ports into my computer. So then I've got 2 ring lights. This one that's with the camera, and then there's one over here for side lighting because this room has one. That is definitely delivery truck. Is it this side of the street or the other side of the street? It's Prime. It's Amazon. I don't know what was ordered from Amazon. Yeah, see, right? Oh, sorry, Presley. We're making you hungry. 3 deliveries a day. It's a problem. I have had periods of time. My youngest daughter is so funny. She's the one that plays. She taught herself the ukulele and she sings. Oh my gosh, she has the most beautiful singing voice. But so I was getting all these deliveries for Christmas because this was way, way pre-pandemic. Let's say 15 plus years ago. And so she was a young teenager, I think. Maybe she was even an older child, somewhere in that vicinity. Young teenager, I think. Anyway, she sang this song. She made up this song. She goes, packages, barely even broken. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's what that made me think of, Presley, because you get like the 3 deliveries. How excited! I hope you get a big reveal.
You got
Well, it depends on what it is. If it's for me or if it's for my hubby. Well, I showed you all on my short today my lovely CPAP tube that came today, courtesy of my dang cat. I wish it showed the holes in it better. I mean, I was like, it was very clearly cat teeth had gone into that thing. Ugh. Anyway, but Chef Lori to the rescue. She told me put a pillowcase on it, and that has done the trick. He does not touch it anymore.
Oh, good.
So yeah, it works. It works well.
Did you sleep good last night after your heartbeat scare?
Oh yeah, after I finally figured out it was just water dripping because I'm a dork. Yes, once I knew what it was, I was like, oh, okay, I'm a goober. Oh, what did I do? Hold on. Did I miss a stitch? No, I just must have pulled tighter. Oh, something I did on my sleeves, I used a bigger hook than I'm using on my panels. I definitely should have gone wider on my back panel. There you go. There you go. Go wider on the back. But yeah, it's fine. Sorry, I'm kind of getting off camera there. I have the tendency to pull my work up.
I think everybody probably does. I see it happen a lot on like tutorials and stuff.
I did not go in the right spot there. Let me go back. I did 2 chains as well. That is messed up. Okay. That will totally screw up the pattern. Okay. There we go. Now it looks right. So I do like this pattern. I don't know how well. Here, let me lower this just a little bit.
I'm missing my needle.
See that? Yeah, so you can kind of see how that's laying. I mean, the stitch pattern shows up pretty well in person, but I think with the variegated, it is probably hard to see on screen, but you can see the nice big holes. So even though it's blanket yarn, it's very breathable. See the big holes there? Here, let me find one of the big holes. So that hole is created with the lotus stitch, which is those 3 puffs, which is so funny that I did not connect the dots that I was doing puff stitches. Part of why I didn't connect the dots that I was doing puff stitches is I'm only yarn over, go through, pull loop, yarn over, go through, pull loop the 2 times. You're supposed to do it 4 times. So you get like tons of loops. Maybe part of why Camille doesn't like the puff stitch as well is because it is a freaking yarn eater, which is part of why I did what I did too. And only when I get to that row, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. Anyway, yeah, so I forgot to chain 1 there. You know what? That's actually worth going back because there'll be 2 rows that I am missing chains and that's going to screw it up. It's going to pull it too much. Okay. That's all right. You see that this yarn pulls frogs super easy. I just forgot to chain here. And it was enough difference. I am now using a 9mm hook. But I don't know. I interrupted myself. I have no idea what I was saying. Oh, that it is easy to frog. Very, very easy to frog. If you do work with the colorway halo, which you all know is my favorite, it frogs fine, but you just have to pull slow. As long as you pull slow, you won't snag too much. And it definitely won't snag as bad as you're having trouble with the scarfy, right? If you have to frog.
Yeah, I have to make sure I do it super slow also. Or it's give me a problem.
Oh, my cat thinks that I called her in here. There's no food. There's no treats. What are you coming up here for? She's about to, here she is.
See, I love the popcorn stitch.
Oh, I love the popcorn stitch. I think partially because it's double crochets, you know. And doubles just are so easy. That's what this row is. This is the window pane, the double crochets in a chain. And she's playing with my yarn, so this could get interesting, guys. She's probably going to jump up here. Are you going to jump up here? What are you going to do? She's on my leg right now, but we're going to see what she does. Now, if it was Orange Fatty, he would not, like, he's too heavy to be on one of my legs the way she is. He's like literally double her weight almost. So, and he's also just so much bigger. She's kind of a very average sized cat. She seems small to me, but that's just because he's huge. But she's a very average sized kitty. And she's good. She doesn't have any like dental requirements beyond that, getting out that broken tooth. There you go. There she is. Oh. There she is. That is Missy. One double crochet increase 12 times. What are we answering? Oh, getting pattern help. Yes. You like puffs better than popcorns. Now, what do you like better about puffs? I'm curious. Is it the texture of them, Margaret? Or is it something else? Oh, wait. I'm doing the pattern wrong. Okay. Okay, this is hi kitty. She's gonna be right here. That's what she's gonna do. Right here. Oh yeah. You're really helpful, kitty. She's supervising.
Making sure you get it right.
Yes. Did I get it right, kitty? Come over here. Okay. Got her to move to the side. He's yelling outside. Okay, so this particular pattern, you start with a single and then 2 crochets, and then you skip this space and go into this space and do a V-stitch. And then that's where and then 2. Some V-stitches are chain 1. This V-stitch is a chain 2. This whole row is do a stitch and then chain 2 pretty much. And then chain 2. And then I skip this one and go into this stitch. That's the other thing with blanket yarn. It's not hard to find your stitches. Whereas like with, man, she is just going to hang out here. Her tail poofs up when she's very happy. She's very good.
Hi, pal.
She's like, I want to be on something. Hi, pal. Jennifer, if I ever remember what I was going to ask or say to you specifically, it has left my brain. But yeah, blanket yarn's not terrible, but like, this is so soft. It's just, you have to get the right hook size. And again, I know a lot of you would not want to use a hook this big. This is a 9mm. But it works up so fast. Like, I love it because I have done so much. And you guys know, I just started, what was it, last Saturday?
Was it?
I think it was last Saturday, or was it last Sunday? It was.
I didn't think it had even been that long, but.
Maybe it was Tuesday. It might have been Tuesday. You were like, well, why don't you try the stitch? And then I was having trouble getting the stitch count right on the first row. And then I finally did it off screen. So yeah. But yeah, it's so fast. I have both sleeves and the back panel. I have them attached to each other, which I might detach them and redo that. We'll see. We'll see what I end up doing there. Or I was mostly making sure it would like fit well. And that's how I decided to do this bigger. Oh, thanks, Linda. I always forget to say the thumbs up. So thank you. But yeah, I will. Oh, you know what? I did not link this stitch. I will link this stitch.
After.
But yeah, afterwards. Nordic hook. I'm telling you what, if you are a beginner in any regard. It is the most absolute step-by-step pattern I have ever seen in my life. And it's written in what I would call plain English. So it like describes, like it'll say chain 1 and it shows you what chaining 1 is. And then, yeah, just, it goes like that. So it's like it is the most detailed pattern I've ever seen in my life. And I have a feeling all their patterns are like that. Okay, so this next one will be the puff stitch. Now, again, so it's yarn over. I got to go over into this V. So I skip all this stuff. I go over, I chain 4 and I go into this V and I yarn over and I go in, pull through, yarn over, go in, pull through. So I have 5 on here. Now, a real puff stitch, you're going to do a lot more yarn overs, pull through, right? And grab. So you're going to have a lot more on your hook. But because it's blanket yarn, and I did not want this to be too thick, because this is the stitch I'm working on right now, right there. That's what it's going to look like. I am just doing the yarn over twice. Now, with a puff stitch, what you do is you pull through all but the last 2. So, and then you yarn over and pull through those 2. So it gives it like a different texture at the top. The reason you might have a puff stitch, it's called interesting. That's how I'm assembling your cardigan. And for the same reason. So you're doing, okay, so long cool, you're doing, you did the back panel, you did the sleeves, you're doing the back, you attached them to the back panel, but you might take them off to reattach and put back together. Is that what you're saying, Chuck? Okay, so what I was saying about that is it just gives it a little bit different look by doing that 2, like where you're pulling through 2 at the top. There's also something, is it called a berry stitch, where you pull through all and then you just go into the next stitch and you don't chain at the top? That's something too. I don't know. But anyway, so yes, that's cool. If it's called a cluster stitch. That actually, you know what? Maybe that's why I didn't realize I was doing a puff stitch, because that might be what they're calling it in the pattern. Chuck, that is, I believe, that is exactly why I didn't connect the dots. But this is absolutely a puff stitch, right? Where you go over, pull through, go over, pull through, and then you would keep doing that, and then you pull through all but the last 2.
Yeah.
And then pull through. But like I said, you do it to get a different texture. I think the tulip stitch does that. Okay, so that, and then this is a chain 1 here. It was chain 2 between them. So that part is the lotus stitch, where it's got the three puffs in the chain 2 into that V stitch. Oh my gosh, you guys, I wish you could feel this yarn. It is so soft. Now, I know some of it, you are cringing at the thought of feeling this yarn, but I swear, it's just so soft. It almost feels like a chenille. It's so much softer than a typical blanket yarn, which I don't exactly know why. But wasn't it Mikey saying the new blanket yarn is super soft?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like they reformulated or something.
Yeah.
The Burnett.
And then what do you...
Burnett, is it?
Where's my yarn band? I think it is Burnett.
Is it?
It's cover story is the name here. I've got the yarn band itself. Look at how huge that is. It's just so funny. So cover story. It's just called cover story. So I don't know. I guess it's not actual blanket yarn. It's Lion Brand cover story. Maybe that's why it's totally different. And maybe people were like, oh, we like this yarn. But yeah, this ball is supposed to make an entire Afghan, which I am now convinced you could do. because again, I've told you, I've already made the back panel and both sleeves, and I still have this much yarn left. So I don't need that other cake. So I will probably make a blanket out of that. Like you're supposed to. Not that I follow the rules, because y'all know that. I don't really follow the rules. Because I didn't really learn crochet in a traditional way. I learned a little bit from my grandma. I learned a little bit from my an ex-boyfriend's mom, and then YouTube. So
I learned most of my stuff from YouTube.
Yeah. So you had very little in person or no in person?
Very little. I had a teacher teach me, back when I was a teenager, but I mean, I had to rewatch everything, like how to make a chain. Like I didn't remember any of it from back then, way back then. So.
Yeah, my grandma was left-handed, and I don't know if that was helpful or hurtful, because I definitely knew how to crochet stuff in high school, but then I didn't use it until I was in my mid-30s. Again, once I was out of high school.
Yeah.
She was still with us for both of my daughters to be born. So both of her great-grandchildren.
Huh.
So, but she was my first grandparent that I lost. I actually knew 4 of my great-grandparents.
I didn't know any of mine.
Yeah, that's more normal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I found out later that one of mine was not bio, that she, the biological great-grandmother, had passed in the 40s. So that was my step-great-grandmother, but nobody ever spoke about her that way. So I had no idea. But Eilish, so you're all, you crochet right-handed. Okay, so, okay. There you go. That's what she said. So Eilish, you're just YouTube. Yeah. And do you feel like you understand how to do it? Have you found good enough teachers that you feel confident in that you can actually do it? See, I'm already done with this row, guys.
That's awesome.
This is the beauty. This is the beauty of, and there's a single crochet in the end of that row. Okay, right? Hold on, let me double check myself. Nope, I do that every time. Okay, so the end of this row is interesting. It's the only place where this occurs. So I'm not supposed to chain there. I'm supposed to triple crochet into this. It's the only place that there's a triple in the whole darn pattern is right there at the end of the lotus stitch row. But I will make sure to link it so you can see the beautiful, like.
Yeah, I like it.
It's very nice. And like I said, it's not super heavy, and the variegated's not taking too much away from the stiff stitch. That's also why I didn't do a ton of puff. Because like if I want my puff to actually be showing as a puff. Wait, wrong way. Hold on. I'm moving my beans, not my marbles. I know where my marbles are. I keep them in the same spot now. I should have sent you some, Camille.
Mm-hmm. I've lost mine.
Yes. To replace the ones you lost.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I don't know what I was saying, but yeah, it's just funny that and almost every time I have to pull out that chain and go, oh yeah, I'm supposed to do a triple here. I feel like I didn't do a triple. No, maybe I did. Which is a yarn over twice. Go through. I have to kind of skip down into the chain. Okay. Come on.
I feel like, should I try this on before I stitch it all up?
That was part of why I did the sleeves, to kind of check the fit. And I think that's what L'Uncle said as well. So yeah, see, my grandma only read patterns, but I don't think she ever taught me that. I don't remember being taught that. So you had enough foundation to get going. See, I had never made a blanket until 2021. I had never made a wearable until months later, maybe even a year later. And and then amigurumi. It's so pretty, Camille.
I think it's gonna work. I think I'm good. I just put my arm through it. It doesn't feel like it's cutting me, and I have this heavy sweater on, under it, so it should be good. I always get, taking out your seaming sucks.
Yeah. I only have half the sleeve attached because I was attaching it to the back panel, but I do think I'm going to have to detach them when I go to do the front panels. I just don't think they're quite positioned right. But I will switch cameras and show you all that here shortly.
Just placed it with yarn pieces, see how it fits, adjust before stitching. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, see, I need to learn how to base stitch better.
I'm gonna
Where
go.
are you at, Linda? How many subs are you getting? Close to your 100? I'm over 250 now. I know Camille's just crushing it.
I'm just getting on there crocheting.
Yeah. Well, I'll use a different setup for that when I do that because that's my phone and not this webcam.
That's all I'll do. I wonder if I should. I was skipping a stitch. I wonder if I should not do that for this part. I think I shouldn't.
Oh, you know what? Let me finish this row. I'm just doing a window pane stitch. So in each of those holes, I do one, and then in the single, see, I must have 2 changed there, but it's fine. Whatever. It'll just be a bigger hole. I just don't worry about things like that because they don't bother me. If I was giving it to say my sister, I might go ahead and go back and fix that where I did 2 chains instead of 1. But what I was going to say is I was going to show you guys what I did on the sleeve and how I worked that sleeve to get it to decrease very nicely. It will, because again, this is a stitch pattern for like a blanket. This is not, I don't even know, is it just a stitch pattern? Maybe it's just a stitch pattern and not even specifying what it's for. Okay, I'm here at the end. Okay, I'm going to show you guys the sleeve. Okay, but I'm going to talk about this row before I do that. So this row, and then there's going to be another row of these window pane stitches. Let me pull it up closer. Still can't really see this way. Sorry, it's hard to see. But they're the window pane stitches. So it's the double crochet, chain 1, skip, double crochet, chain 1, skip. So what I did, let me pull up the sleeve here. What I did was I got down, and this was just a rectangle. And then I got down to the bottom where I had my 2 rows of window pane stitches. And then I literally just did a double crochet and did not do a chain. So in each double crochet, I did a double crochet, and then I did back post, front post to give it the full, and it's like the perfect, here, I'll stick my arm through. This is part of why I wore this blue long sleeve shirt, so that it was, I'm sticking it in the wrong arm, but you'll get the idea. And you can see it fits really nicely. It's not like tight, but.
Oh, that's cute.
Isn't that cute?
Yeah.
And it's got enough
colors too.
Yeah, it's got enough holes in it. It's not like making me too warm, but it's a nice warmth.
Would you be able to, like, I don't know, throw that on if you had a short sleeve shirt on and it was cold outside? If you were like, I don't know, running out to get the mail or something?
Not as cold as it is right now. But if it was in the 40s, definitely.
Definitely.
Yeah, because it is warm enough. That is enough yarn on your body. That would be. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Presley.
And it doesn't feel too heavy, right?
No, then that's part of why I had to do big holes like this. It barely feels. I don't think it's as heavy as that cardigan I made my sister, because those flower squares at the bottom were so heavy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can certainly see in the pictures it was pulling it down, which was nice because then you could really see those stitches going up and down that were beautiful. But this might be lighter than that was, which is kind of crazy, right?
A little bit.
So then this, because I mean, in theory, the blanket yarn should be like, some people deliberately will make a blanket yarn sweater because they want it to be like a weighted blanket. So that's advice to anybody who's looking for something that feels like a weighted blanket that you could wear. Use blanket yarn or this cover story, but the new blanket yarn, I would say. But again, this cover story is great because it's 547 yards of bulky 6, and it is a true bulky 6. I definitely would call that a bulky 6. It's not a 7, like.
So it's like 2 skeins of regular Bernat blanket yarn. So they've got like 220.
So look at the difference. So this is a 6. This one's a 7.
Yeah, I need to play with that 7 stuff.
And then I think this is labeled a 7, but holy mackerel. Like, look at how huge that is. That's like off the charts. Like, they don't go beyond 7, do they?
I don't think so. I don't know. Do they have like extra jumbo? I'm not sure.
I don't know. Does anybody know that? Is there something beyond 7?
But I'm thinking I need to make me a little like rug for beside my bed. Like, I have this Halloween rug that I put beside my bed, and I like never put it up because I like to. We have concrete floors everywhere else.
Yeah.
But I think if I had a blanket yarn rug or a jumbo yarn rug next to my bed, I would really like that.
This yarn is too nice. Like, this cover story yarn is. It would hurt me a little bit to put it on the floor.
To have to step on it.
Yeah, I would love to step on. You know what? I would do what Chef Lori
do
slippers and make some nice slippers out of it. But I wear slippers all the time. I'm wearing different slippers because I don't know what I did with my cat slippers. Okay, I missed a chain. All right, I'm off the screen again this way. Okay, I will figure this out, y'all, eventually. Chef Lori done. Didn't catch the name. Red Car Byron. That's always fun when it is the last lap. That is really nice. So this row is a traditional window pane where I'm actually going in the stitch. Are you headed? Turn off my camera for a second. What did I knock down?
Hey, that's my work wife. Leave her alone.
I didn't get to find it.
Yeah, but it's my real life.
I can't help it. I gotta aggravate a little bit.
Yeah, no, for real. All right, love you, babe. Bye. He's a funny guy. There you go. But yeah, it kind of makes me sad that he doesn't have more of an accent, but it's fine. If I tell him, hey, use your accent, he will. He'll put it on. He says I have the accent, not him.
Yeah, right.
Technically true. It's so funny when we go over there.
Because people want to hear you talk.
His nieces and nephews are like, oh, I love your accent. And it just makes me laugh. It's so funny because, yeah, that's correct. And my Australian friends always said that too. Like I had some friends that were from Australia that moved to Colorado from Australia. I can't imagine the climate there, and you're switching seasons. Like that is a big change. Like, I don't know. Does it snow in Australia? But anyway, either way, they also said we were the ones with the accents, but they liked our accents.
I mean, if you wonder what it's like, well, I guess it's not exactly the same, but it's like, oh, I wonder what it's like to have Christmas in summer. It's like, well, come to Texas and you can probably find out.
Right. Oh, I was going to say, the funny thing about like because I've been in multiple other countries, not like a ton. My husband's been in a ton of other countries. I've been in multiple other countries. And what's funny about being from Colorado or the middle of the country for the most part, and probably California too, is that, oh, you think I have a strong accent? Presley, you think I have a strong accent? So I have a true Colorado accent. And when I've been to other countries, they're like, you are so easy to understand. The people from Colorado were easy to understand because they didn't feel like we didn't have as distinct of an accent, I guess. So that's interesting that you like my accent. Now, I don't. Mm-hmm. Yeah, to me, you do. So what does the accent sound like to you? Like, because Camille's accent's very different.
I don't feel like you have an accent. Like,
right, because you're American, and I think Americans feel that way. I forget where you're from, Presley, what country you're in, but or maybe you're from America too. One of my dad's bosses was Puerto Rican. Ah, yes. Right. Okay, Margaret, that same thing happens to my husband. When he goes home, they all tell him he has an American accent. Mm-hmm. Even though he'll put on his, Northern Irish accent. What is my next row? Oops. Okay. Got to pay attention to my rows. So I'm back on a single and then V-stitch row.
Focus, Lori, focus.
Yes, focus. Yes. Look at though. Like, seriously, guys. Like, this panel is probably half done. Blanket yarn.
Like double. This is like overkill, but I'm like double seaming my sleeves.
Well, sleeves, yeah, I get that. Mm-hmm. I did not, but also, I was crocheting them together. Mm-hmm. As opposed to sewing. Now, attaching them to the body, I did indeed use the mattress stitch, which is, I know your favorite.
My favorite stitch.
But it's also easy to pull out.
Again, I need to make myself sit and do it for a while, because maybe once I really learn it, because I can't sit here and go, okay, let's do the mattress stitch now. Do. Like, I can kind of vaguely remember it.
Right.
But I'm going to have to watch a tutorial again. Maybe once I know that stitch real good, maybe it won't bother me.
Yeah, you'll like it. Once you know it.
I'll definitely have a strong opinion about it once I'm done with that strawberry blanket, right?
I'm so sick of it, like how I am really not, like the thought of doing anything in entirely single.
Oh, so you don't really hear my accent that much, Presley, because you're from Oklahoma and it's really not that different.
Okay. Now it's all coming together. Okay, so you said Maine. So Colorado accents, and that would be like the New England states. It is actually similar. Not Boston, obviously Boston, they have a very, very distinct accent. Pack the car, like that. That's not a very good imitation, but Maine, yeah, that actually makes sense.
Who said Maine?
She said that she heard somebody the other day that was from Maine, and my accent is similar to that. And I would agree with that from everything I know. I've known a couple people from Maine, and so yes. Anyway, so yes, I think that's probably pretty close to accurate. But yes, Midwest accent is a lack of an accent, and Europeans, that's what they said, Margaret. That's what they said. Our accent is we don't really have an accent. Now, if you, depending on, if you go to the rural parts of Colorado, you will hear a very different accent. Like they'll say, and I just don't speak like this. It's just not the way I speak, but they'll say "warsh" and things like that.
They say that in Texas a lot too.
Yeah. So I think that's a Midwest kind of Rocky Mountains range thing. I just don't pronounce it. Now I say mountain, and see how I kind of lost the N when I say that. Mountain. That is a Colorado thing, to lose the N's that are next to T's like that. But yeah, it's kind of a lack of an accent. It's at some level, but not entirely. The Wisconsin, see, now I like Wisconsin and Minnesota accents a lot, or North Dakota or South Dakota. Like all those accents are fun. I can't hear much of an accent with Chicagoans. Like Bagaday, I don't hear much of an accent with her.
Is she from Illinois?
She's from Illinois, yeah. Rural, I think.
Huh.
And so she has a little more of an accent than I do, but again, that could be just being rural. Did I do the right number there? Yes. But yeah, it's interesting. I'm glad you enjoy my Colorado accent. It's funny, but yes, my nieces and nephews across the pond in Belfast, Northern Ireland, the UK, they definitely enjoy it. Oh my gosh, did I tell you guys the steaming Coke situation? Funny story.
I mean, you mentioned it before, but I don't recall you
actually. So I have this Tervis cup from the Coca-Cola place in Atlanta, the actual like original plant there. So you can go through the tour and all that. Anyway, and get by the sous vide. Anyway, I had this Tervis cup, and I take it on trips with me because I like the size of it. It's not as big as this one, which I have kind of chai in there right now with some milk. But it's not as big as this one. This one's 32 ounces. I think that one's like 24 ounces. But it says Coca-Cola on it. Well, it's for hot or cold. So I had put tea in it, hot tea. And I had the lid off because it was still steeping. And so I hadn't taken out, I hadn't put the lid on or was about to drink it yet. Losing my stitch there. And his, is that the youngest niece? Yeah, it's the youngest niece. She says, Auntie Lori, do you have a steaming Coke? Because to her, it was in a Coca-Cola mug or glass, and it was the right color to be Coca-Cola, and she could see the steam coming off of it because it was hot tea. It was really funny. So I told her if she ever comes to America, I will make her a steaming Coke.
You actually have a pretty good Irish accent there, Lori.
Was that pretty good?
I thought so.
Well, it's like I can hear her in my head saying it. I think that's why.
Sounded like you were from Outlander or something.
Now, the Northern Irish accent, there's two different accents. There's a Belfast accent, and there's a so they're on the side closest to Scotland. So they're on the, I guess it would be the west. And then there's more of a Derry. Oh, was it really spot on? That's so funny. I guess I've heard them all enough that I can actually do it, imitate it a little bit. Every once in a while, I can't do it if I think about it. Every once in a while, I'll say 8 the way they do, the number 8. But it's like it. I see. I can't do it if I think about it.
And it sounded right to me.
It wasn't quite right. It was close, but it wasn't quite right. But I'll just say it. I'm not trying to imitate them, but I inadvertently imitate them. But yeah, they if I'm around an accent enough, I do pick it up. Which is funny that I haven't at all picked up your accent.
Mine?
Yeah.
You said something a little bit ago, and I started to say, "Oh, that Texan's rubbing off on you."
Yeah, and yes, that does happen to me. I do pick up accents even when I'm not trying. I did it way back when I worked at a bank. That was when I was in high school, and then through most of college. Actually, through all of college. I take that back. It was all through college. So was it my last year or my last 2 years of high school? I can't remember now. I think it was just my last year of high school. And then all the way through college, I worked at a bank. First, I was a file clerk, which that cannot be a real job anymore, right? Filing papers. I can't imagine that's a real job anymore. And then,
I was a file clerk in a hospital. First time I worked at a hospital.
Right. It was an important job back in the day, right?
Yeah. We actually filed stuff like
physical papers, right?
Papers. Well, films in my case. I worked in the film file room.
And so films.
But they don't even do that anymore. It's all digital.
So one summer, so they would give me extra hours in the summer, and they would have me do microfiche research, like for looking for fraud or trying to check for when did this check clear? Let's look at that signature, different things. Like, so I would do all this microfiche, and again, I mean, I cannot imagine they have microfiche anymore.
We just called it microfiche here in Texas.
Yeah, sorry. That's probably correct, but
no, you probably are saying it right. We just said it different here. Because we wash stuff.
Yeah, because you wash stuff.
I'm fixing to go wash my clothes.
I'm the first person in my family that has a 4-year degree, and now both of my daughters have a 4-year degree, and then I got a master's degree. So like compared to I probably have a different accent than the rest of my family simply because I went to so much secondary school. But, I wouldn't have gotten a master's. I'm sure, I don't know if Ryan feels this way, but I wouldn't have gotten it if it wouldn't have meant so much more money in my paycheck. Because there was no point, right? I mean, really.
In retrospect, mine's pretty worthless, but
right. Mine did actually help. I had some classes that actually made me a better teacher, so that's a good thing. But like the classes I did to do what you're doing, to be able to teach in the in the college or get the community college or whatever, those classes, they were hard as heck, and I don't know how I would ever use that in my teaching. Like, seriously, like I would never.
I think, that, and then also like I'm basically going to be assigning bookwork and having automatically graded quizzes, right? For like, which I realize it doesn't have to be that way, but like that's what the community college classes are like, right?
Yep.
So I totally get that. It's like I'm never gonna have to write like a 20-page markup of a textbook or whatever. Like Yeah, so I get that.
Yeah.
The drag.
I did take a couple of my post-secondary. This might blow all your minds. I'm a published mathematician.
What?
Yep. In the Australasian Journal of
Whoa.
hold on. Journal of Combinatorics. There's the word.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's for this very interesting research I did one summer. So, and my name is actually first on the paper because alphabetically my name was first. So
Cool.
the professor that worked with me and this other teacher, the professor was last, even though he was the one with the doctorate. But yeah, we're published. Yeah, I'll. If any of you are interested, I will link it on my information page. If you want to look at some pretty pictures.
Your name will be out there. Just think about that.
My previous name, yeah.
Oh, your previous name.
Yeah, my previous name, which I've referred to that students called me Miss Mac, so it wouldn't be that different. But yeah, it's not even my maiden name, guys. It's my previous marriage name.
Yeah.
So for me, that is kind of safe. But yeah, you're right. I could think about it, but I don't even know how many would want to look at that. I'm curious if anybody. Yes, microfiche. Thank you, Margaret, for spelling that. And that's why I pronounce it that way. I don't know if that's the correct pronunciation. Is it microfiche or microfiche?
I mean, I feel like you're probably saying it right.
But yeah, I don't know. But yes, I'm a published mathematician and like I said, I think it's really fun that it's in the Australasian Journal of Combinatorics. So I'm famous in Australia and Asia, theoretically, not really at all. It was many years ago now. Let's see, how many years ago was that? When did I do that?
I honestly thought it was microfiche. Yeah.
Am I? Okay.
No, I don't think you're saying it wrong. Here, let's look.
Margaret says I'm saying it right.
See, Ryan would say microfiche.
Yeah, I said microfiche. Yeah. Sometimes at Linda. Yes, keep dropping that. We'll get Linda to. I know she has a goal of at least 75, right? 100 would be ideal. Honestly, I never thought I was going to get to. It was taken forever to get to 100. So the fact that I'm at over 250 is mind blowing.
Yeah, look.
Microfiche.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Microfiche.
I'm not a pronunciation snob. Don't you worry.
No, me neither. You can't be from Texas and Oklahoma and be a pronunciation snob. Like, it ain't gonna happen. I mean, you could try, I guess, but people are gonna laugh at you. Hi, Tina.
I'm gonna try to pull this up just so you can see a picture of this. But y'all, I see, and I do that sometimes too. I love statistics. I hated statistics in college, but I love statistics, so that's part of how I ended up kind of doing some research related to that. Let me look see, you wouldn't even know how to look this up. Let me go to the search.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up. Author search. Oh, it's not coming up. Maybe they purged it.
Oh.
Let me open it in Chrome. Sometimes you can get better. I wish I could even remember the name of it. It's in my Facebook somewhere.
You can't remember the name of it?
I can't remember the title of the paper. I can picture it, but let me do the professor's last name. See if I can pull it up that way. Oh, man. Sadly, that professor has passed away, but that is okay. That happens.
What is it? I don't know. Maybe that's not appropriate. What is that professor that you looked him up and something weird had happened?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Yeah, one of my favorite professors in college.
There it is. I found it, guys.
He
Total-
murdered somebody.
oh yeah, Ryan went and looked up one of his favorite professors at college not too long ago. I can't remember why. Anyway, he had found that he had murdered someone.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, him and his wife went on a drug binge and he murdered somebody.
That was crazy.
I'm going to turn this light off. I'm going to show you this. I did find it. I
Yeah.
found it. And it's called Total Acquisition on a Grid. Total Acquisition
Was this on a grid?
all.
Do it over to the left or right. Oh, yeah. Now just hold it still. So you got to let it have time to focus.
Turn this one off too. Let's see if that makes it better. Or does that make it worse?
You got to give it time to focus, but you probably need to bring it up more.
I do. I need to bring it up. Well, I need to do it, get in a different spot.
There, now we're starting to see it.
This,
But you gotta get it. Yeah.
so see the little grids?
Uh-huh.
So what it has to do with, in principle, it would be how, like, imagine if there were a bunch of bridges that were connected like these dots.
Uh-huh.
And you can only go one direction on it and imagine that bridge or whatever is gone after you've crossed it. And so how do you brightness on the front? Okay, that's what I need to do. Thank you. That is what I need to do. Okay, let's see if that's better. Come on. Yeah, if I can just find that. I want to get real close. Right there, so you can see those grids.
Lori's going to get us all mathed up.
Yes. But anyway, in theory, it would be like troop movement. How do I get all the people onto one dot if they're all at these different dots?
Uh-huh.
And like what's the minimum number of moves to do that? That's the
like chess.
Yeah.
Are you good at chess?
I've played, but it's been so long.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, Linda. No, I have no judgment about people that do not go get all this unnecessary education. Because that's what it is in so many ways. No. A life experience is totally worth a lot. I mean, both my mom did have an associate. She got an associate's. I was helping her with her college math when I was in high school. So she got her associates when I was in high school. I think would have been my 10th or 11th grade year. Anyway, but some very few of my classes were useful, but that was fun to write. But yeah, if anybody's interested and wants to look at pretty drawings with graph grids, I can put them on there. I can post it. But yeah, it's a weird fact about me. But yes, it's not. I can't say that it's relatable. The fact that I have experienced this is bizarre to me, and I lived it.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. And Linda, I think I have an aunt that decided she wanted to get married at 16, so she ended up dropping out of high school, and I don't know if she ever got her GED. So life happens. You got to do what works for you. And she ended up being married to him until he passed away. Like, they were married 50 years or more.
My brother got his GED.
Yeah.
Whoa, wait a minute. Oops. I don't think he got his GED. My youngest got her GED.
Yeah. Yeah,
You said
sometimes it's the right choice.
She had too much trauma. Like she couldn't deal with, my adopted child. She couldn't deal with. So we just let's get your GED. Like you can still, if you change your mind and want to go to college, it's all right. You can still go. You just have to start at community college, right?
Not necessarily, but it is. If you start at community college, here's what I recommend.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure you get the associates. Finish your associates at a community college if you start at a community college. That way all of the credits do transfer.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, they might not all transfer.
They won't all take.
That's advice there. I think most people, not that many people actually need a 4-year degree. Most people in this day and age even, you need something past high school, but bachelor's, nah.
Not necessarily.
Trade school, associate's degree, tech school, whatever. Like there's so many options that are not going to cost you an arm and a leg. I'm grateful I got my master's when I did, because I got my master's in 2004. Is that right? 2004. I think that's right. But I'm going to save this to my Google Drive, guys. So I have it.
Yeah.
All right. But like I honestly, as a teacher of seniors in high school, I would advise them, don't go to a 4-year school unless you have a specific purpose in going to a 4-year school, because otherwise you're going to have this degree that you're not even going to be able to use or get the money that you would need to pay back your darn student loans. Like you have to have a purpose. I knew I needed a 4-year degree to be a teacher, so that's what I did.
There's a certain amount of classism, though. Like, you need a 4-year degree to be in a certain social class.
Well, that's certainly true.
Don't have one, you won't be.
Right.
Yeah.
But, give it some time, and there ain't going to be all these social classes. But that's another conversation.
Well,
there's going to be 2.
There's going to be 2. We're almost there. There's two social classes now.
But yeah, I think that's cool. Most colleges, yes, I lean that direction as well, Megan. It's like, unless you have a reason. Now, both of my daughters have degrees, and I'm glad they do, because it gives them options. My oldest is hers is a psychology degree, and so but she's working in childcare, like preschool.
Mm-hmm.
But she's got it if she ever changes her mind and wants to go back. But to work in psychology, you need a master's. So
which is
actually
stupid. Don't even keep going on that one.
Right. And so, right. So
there's a shortage. Why are we still requiring them to have a master's?
Right. Well, this is one of the problems with teachers too, right? There's going to be a massive teacher shortage anytime here, because people are like, I'm not going to go be a teacher because I can't afford it.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think that's kind of the point.
Yeah. Well, yes, unfortunately.
But down.
I think going back to so long cool, you even though you went back and got your degree, you think it was a bit of a waste of time because you only used it for 5 or 6 years. Yeah. I did, but again, I had a specific purpose, and I told my children. Oh, and then so my younger one, she went to school because she wanted to be a zoologist and work in a zoo, work with the animals, and she needed a 4-year science degree. So she went up to. It was cheaper for her to go to University of Wyoming than Colorado State University, which is like in-state. It was crazy, but she got a degree in wildlife biology and fishery management. Now, most of the people in her classes were wanting to be park rangers. She has no, or wardens or game wardens or whatever those people are. She has no interest in that. She never did, but the degree would work. Well, she ended up, her job is actually, she works at the Botanic Gardens because she got her minor in ecology. So her degree, although it might help her with like the bugs and that kind of stuff, what is that, etymology?
Yeah.
It's not like she does not directly use her degree at all.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas at least, with the childcare, the psychology degree helps, but.
I'm going to go off camera for a minute and mute myself also because I want to try this on before I sew the other side.
Yeah, do it.
I got to take this off and yada, yada. And so I'll be right back. It'll be a few minutes.
Okay. So I will just talk. But yeah, no, they go to trade schools. Absolutely. Go to trade schools. I couldn't agree with you more. I feel like the trades, as a general rule, are economy proof. Because we're always going to need plumbers. We're always going to need electricians, et cetera, et cetera. And right now, like machinists, I can't remember the right term, but there's a shortage of people with technical skills because people are going to 4-year schools instead of schools where they can learn practical, useful skills. I think people in this day and age often need something post high school, but again, is it a degree? Not usually, unless the specific thing you're interested in requires a degree. Then yeah, you got to do it. But yeah, that is my rant for that. And I, as a teacher in the classroom, I always shared that was my opinion. Go to the school or do whatever post high school, whether that maybe that's the military for some. Do whatever post high school is going to be helpful. I'm trying to get some yarn out here, guys. I got a yarn situation. But yeah, I could go on that forever, but I just, yeah, I don't think you can ever judge someone by their degree, but what Ryan was saying is, unfortunately, some people do. They'll judge you for not having a degree. They'll judge you for having a degree. So you have to do what's right for you. And that's, I guess, where I come down on everything with, oh my gosh, I ended up with such a tangled mess. I think I had the other end of my yarn. Yeah, that's what happened. The other end of my yarn got tangled with my center pole. And there aren't. So isn't that lovely yarn barf there? So yes, that's what I'm working on. I might have enough yarn to go a little ways. Let's try that. All right. This panel is getting pretty long. I should measure it. Let's do that. Let's measure my panel. Oh, I should finish the row, huh? Is that where that should be? I don't think that's where that should be. Yep, I put it in the wrong spot. All right, let's try this again. I did not put, oh, maybe I did. I either put it next to the stitch or not in the stitch. Hopefully those of you that have the big yarn, ooh, I don't like that, are not too weirded out by the big old hook and the big old yarn. It says go for machine maintenance. See, that stuff, all the stuff with the machines, we need people that actually have that. Those skills, like I said, skills are so necessary. Kim Lab. So yes, I can see how you could do that. And my daughter that had the wildlife biology degree, or has the wildlife biology degree, like she loves her job at the Botanic Gardens. I mean, it's tough. She does all the I did that again. I was going to measure, wasn't I? Let's see. She plans all the adult education. So that's kind of cool. So I've gotten to go to one of her classes that she actually taught. She doesn't teach all the classes, but so this is already 23 inches. I've got to go a few more. Let's see how long the back is. Let's see my back panel. See how close we are. Pretty close. My back panel. See, it's wider. Let's see. Let me flip this sleeve over that way. Where's the top of this? Okay, right there. This is not going to be a very precise measurement, but we'll just get a ballpark. 27.5. So I don't have that much more to go. One way I was counting this was like how many lotus stitches I had. So I'd go up and I'd count everywhere there was a lotus. 1, 2, 3. Go here. That's the third one, right? 1, 2, 3. Where's my row? There it is. 4, 5, 6. So I have 6 lotus stitches. So let's see how many I have. Let me grab this sleeve. So how many lotus stitches do I have here? I have 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm about to do my 5th, so I still got a little bit to go, which I knew. Anyway, hello, Camille.
Sorry about that.
Oh, thanks, Tina, for saying hit the like, because I always forget to say that.
I had to change my uniform. Fuzz in my mouth.
It doesn't wear me out if I'm not the one working on it. So, Margaret, you don't like the big hooks and the big yarn either. It's a funny thing that both Camille and I actually like. I like kind of all. I've only really worked with down to DK, only 3 weight.
I like this DK stuff here.
But I'm happy to try anything.
I feel like I might like a poncho that has sleeves because I get irritated that it doesn't stay down on my arms. Like maybe I need to like attach this.
You could definitely attach sleeves.
Thought about also putting like a little thing on it that I could put around my finger and keep it here. Thank you, Presley. But it fits. It fits. I didn't want to show y'all because I want to wait till next week. But it fits. I'm so happy.
That's good. It fits.
It fits. It's going to be comfortable. I'm going to like it.
I was worried that I wasn't going to be able to finish, but obviously that's not going to be a problem.
Yeah, I got to make sure this side matches. Oh, I already sewed the side seam together, though. Oopsie. It'll be all right.
Did I not double crochet right there? Oh, wait. What am I doing? What did I do? Switched. I should be doing puff stitches because I'm a dork. All right. Back I go. Or the previous row, I jacked up part of it. That's what happened. Okay. It's because I decided to measure and not pay attention to what I was doing. All right. I just got to pull back to here. We're good. All right.
Thank you, baby.
And again, as you see, frogs are really easy. And it doesn't have any shedding like you would get with chenille. I mean, if I pull back like that on chenille, I would have little fluffs everywhere.
Yeah, I need to work with some chenille and see what I think about it. I've never.
Never
I have,
received any chenille.
I have some, but
So your preference is less than, oh, see, I do that every time. Okay. Oh no, this is 4. So your preference is lighter than 4. Do you go down to thread? As a 6. So like this one, I'm going to pull the furry one. This one would be an absolute no-go, right? I mean, it's a pain in the butt anyway, I will tell you. Oop, this way. It's so big. It's like almost an inch wide. Like that's ridiculous, right? It was a pain to work with, but it was gorgeous on the stocking. I'm not going to lie. It was the right choice. It looked amazing. But does that mean it's like for everyday use? Heck no. Yeah. Anyway, so it fits, and you're happy with the length of the sleeve? Is that what you're mostly checking?
Well, I was checking it all, making sure it fits, making sure it's going to be okay around me, etc.
Yeah.
I am going to have to, like, because I did my panels like I did, I am going to have to definitely put a significant trim around the front.
Okay.
You know, I should have thought about that a little bit more.
Which I did go ahead and make my front panel a lot. I did a front panel, and then I went back in and I was like, nah, it needs to be wider. It is not a project I've worked on if there's not some frogging at least. But if I'm working with Colorama Halo, I do not. Again, it does frog, but I don't like to frog because I know I'm going to have to do it really slow. I had a whole yarn barf situation when you were gone. I don't know if you saw that.
I didn't see it, but I heard you talking about it.
It was bad. It probably still is bad, but I think I pulled enough. Here, I'll show you some of it.
Oh, wow.
But it's what happened is my center pole got tangled with my outer pole, I guess it would be.
Ooh, I just got my sleeve on too, Bridget. Working on my second one. So exciting. How are you coming along on yours, Margaret?
And I know Linda's already done, right?
Done.
And then I feel
Lori,
like
I think Lori's done too, isn't she?
Lori's done.
Uh-huh.
Right, Steph Lori, if you're here.
Then Megan's done.
Oh, definitely the best kind of barf. No other barf is acceptable at all.
No, no way.
All right. The nice thing about the puff stitch row on this, again, I'm not doing full puffs, and they're called clusters. Like, I really think that's why I didn't realize I was doing puffs until yesterday, or was that earlier today? It's because I think they called them clusters. But this is definitely a puff stitch. Ugh. Anyway, I don't know what I was saying because I like to interrupt myself. See, I did it again. This is where I have to do a triple. It's the only triple in the whole darn pattern. It's weird. I don't know why it's written that way, but you know, when you're trying to match the, oh, so this, yeah, I made this more than
Panda's in here.
Oh, Panda. Hi, Panda.
Hi, Panda.
I'm making this cardigan out of, where's my ball band? Ugh. This right here out of some cover story.
Every day above the ground is a good one. Right?
Yeah, so this is one of the front panels. I made it extra big or extra wide because I felt like my back panel was a little narrow, so I'm going to have to finagle it a little bit, but I'll make it work. Yes. Are you working on anything, Panda? Or what craft might you be working on? And then who else is in here? Yes. Oh, that's right. Chef Lori's doing a hat. She's doing a hat that will match her cardi. Her cardi is so pretty.
Yes. Beautiful. I love that colorway on hers.
Yeah, it looks so good. Okay.
It's one of the prettiest ones I've seen, actually.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
That was the blue raspberry, if I remember right. The color on the halo, blue raspberry.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm remembering right. Okay, so I just did that row. Oh, my brain. I can tell So I was at my grandson's first birthday party this morning, and there was a child. I haven't specified which one, Camille, so we'll just leave that out.
Okay.
Little detail of my life and the insanity of my life. Is my life for real? Yes, it is. Anyway, she was screaming. She's almost 3, and she was just screaming. And it gave me the worst headache. That on top of the weather shift here. Oh, you can drop your weather if you're interested. Here, I'll put that. Oh gosh. I hate that when I do that. Okay, let's try that again. Let's see what it says about Denver now. Hopefully I didn't need to capitalize. We'll find out. I like these window pane rows. They're so fast. Let's see. Oh, it's down to 25. Our humidity is decent, though. Yeah. Yeah, Margaret, right? Can you imagine? You're in a house, because that's where it was at my daughter's house, and it was not my granddaughter screaming.
I wouldn't like that not having migraines.
Believe me, many people did not enjoy it, including the 20-somethings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this will clue you in on the chaoticness. Technically, that 3-year-old is my grandchildren's aunt.
Right. And I mean, I don't like it when my grandson does stuff like that, which he doesn't really do that anymore. But if it's someone else's kid, like, I'm out. Like, see you later.
Because I know they don't watch. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know they don't watch my channel.
Mm-hmm.
I will. That's as much as I'm saying on the specificity there. But let me tell you about my last year's Valentine's Day. Because this is the most "are you for real" Valentine's Day ever. Mm-hmm. I really should have told this story on a Valentine's Day post, but maybe I'll do that next year, because next year is next year. So my daughter, my grandson that just turned 1, my daughter was planning on going into the hospital in another week. He was going to be born a week early. Well, she went to her doctor's appointment, and they said, you got to have this baby today. Mm-hmm. And then she's like, okay. So I had to get my crap together, and then I went to the house to be with my granddaughter so they could go to the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the 13th of February. He was born like 15 minutes short of being a Valentine's Day baby.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, see, Margaret, that's it. Well, I wasn't the aunt when I was born. Okay. Okay. That's interesting. So you get it. Yeah.
Yes.
But when you hear the rest of this story, related to the aunt, you'll be like, okay. All right. So it's the 13th. She has him. The next day is obviously Valentine's Day. Now, my kid's dad, my ex, he often travels for his current job.
Mm-hmm.
So when I got a text from his wife,
Mm-hmm.
who is 20 years younger, when I got a text from his wife saying, "Oh, hey, can I come up and help?" And oh, I could spend the night if it would help with me, and the aunt could spend the night if it would help my granddaughter, because I do my best to not say names. Help the granddaughter go to sleep. And I'm like, nah, I've got it. It's fine. So remember, this is Valentine's Day. I send that to my oldest daughter, so the one that's in the hospital, because I'm like, you mentioned that she keeps trying to push this sleepover thing, and I know you don't want that. So, I just wanted to make you aware she's pushing that sleepover thing again.
Mm-hmm.
And so my daughter's like, whatever, okay, it's fine, whatever. And she said, oh, Dad, both, because I sent it to both my daughters. We have a group chat or whatever. And both my daughters are like, Dad must be out of town. Yeah, right. It's Valentine's Day, right? So logically, we all think he's got to be out of town. Well, I still think that at this point. So I say, okay, well, why don't you come over? Because it took my granddaughter a long time to take. She didn't go down for a nap. She also slept in really well for me, so I appreciate that about her. My daughter and her husband were like, how did you get her to sleep in? I'm like, I don't know. She loves me. She knew I needed more sleep. I don't know. But anyway, so I said, oh, so she took a late nap. So it's going to, you'll have to come up around 5 or whatever. So his wife shows up. So my girl's stepmom shows up with the aunt, who is a month younger than my granddaughter. And so I'm like, okay, so yeah, we must be right. He must be out of town. I go in and I'm like, okay, she's here. She's got the kids. I'm going to make myself some dinner. Well, like this whole thing was chaos. And remember, this is Valentine's Day. I put some taco shells in their toaster oven. Well, their toaster oven didn't have like a timer. And so, yeah, I accidentally basically turned it to charcoal. And so it set off the fire alarm. And so that was chaos. So me and the new wife ran around the house, opening windows and everything. And obviously the little kids are kind of upset, because that's normal. That's an upsetting sound. Anyway, so we finally get most of it out. We get the alarm to stop because we get the smoke out, but it still has a smell. Then I go downstairs because it's like a split level place. And I go downstairs and I'm like doing something with the two little girls. At this time, they're 2 years old. And I hear the door. And I heard something about, oh, is it Dada? And I'm like, did my son-in-law forget something? Did he leave the hospital? I didn't know he was coming here. Nope. It was my ex. So my ex comes to my daughter's house. And as soon as he's in there, he's like, oh my gosh, what burned? And I explain the situation. It's whatever. And he goes, and then she says sorry, I'm going to call her the hoochie because that's what I normally call her. Not to her face.
Yeah, they could be watching you, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so I won't call her that. Stepmother says, well, did you bring the food in? And he's like, oh my gosh, with that smoke smell, you want food? I'm over it. I just, I was in traffic for the last 2.5 hours, and it's like, and all this stuff. So he had to go from work to their house, pick up this food that was for their Valentine's meal. So he goes out, he gets it. It's steak and crab cakes. And she proceeds to heat it up. And they proceed to have their Valentine's dinner at my daughter's kitchen table while I watch the children. That was my Valentine's Day last year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do my kids watch? Yeah, they know what I call her. No, they don't actually very often. Right? Awkward. It was super awkward. And what was really crazy, I actually can have great conversations with my ex. I don't have issues with him or anything. But yeah, it was so awkward. And so my daughter, although she had a pretty nice delivery, they were making her stay in the hospital longer than she wanted, and she missed her daughter because she was in the hospital with her son. And anyway, so when I sent her the story about it, she just laughed so hard. She's like, Mom, I needed that laugh so much. Thank you. I'm like, oh, you can thank your father and stepmother for that. And then the other friends don't normally do. Yeah, well, I'm with you, Panda. Like, and honestly, if you have a Valentine's meal, why are you offering or pressing or pushing to come up and help me out? And I'm using quotes
because they wanted to do it in front of you,
right?
That's why.
Right.
Why would they just stayed home, or maybe they wanted someone to watch the child.
I think that's what it was. I think it was childcare, which is so ridiculous. Like, but honestly, before that, the conversation my ex and I were having, we can have conversation. I have a hard time making conversation with her. It's just the reality of it. I have nothing in common with her. I don't. How do I say that? No, there's no way to say that. So I'm just gonna not. But but I just don't relate to her. That's really the bottom line of it. But he and I, we can have great conversations. Our conversation, my ex and I, had a better conversation together than they did. We have deeper, higher quality conversations than the currently married couple. Yeah.
So how's your cardigan coming along?
I'm getting there. Getting there. That might be long enough. But I'm going to deal with my yarn barf again. Because, like I said, I think my outside came undone and then tangled around the center. I think that's what happened. Somebody mentioned Russian join. Who was that? That was a principal.
Lori.
Yes, right. Right. Yeah, I know. That was right. Oh yeah. Yeah, sis.
I can't even splurge on a sitter.
Right? For real. Yeah, you guys are all funny. It was surreal. I'm telling you.
Super classy. But also, why would she want to have her Valentine's dinner in front of his ex? That blows my mind.
Right.
Like, even more than them doing that in front of you. Like, what? I wouldn't like that.
Why didn't she say, how about I come over tomorrow so I can do Valentine's, right? Like,
right.
They had a meal planned. And it caused him to be in traffic so long because there was an accident on the route. And like, I actually felt bad for him in the situation, which probably makes me like super compassionate, but I don't know. It's just all weird. I could tell he was uncomfortable with the situation, and that's why he was like, oh my gosh. I
think it makes it extra funny that you stunk up the house with burnt tacos.
Yes. Yes, it was my subconscious preparation for this disaster that was about to happen. It was my pay it forward. Everybody has a mature. Yes, that's exactly it. Chuck.
Yeah,
She
it's
had
like
a
what
lot
she was
mature.
getting at.
That is just funny. I love that. Yes, it was my preemptive strike.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But anyway, yeah, good times. It's wild times. But that's the child that was screaming today. Well, it wasn't just her, but she started it, and then my granddaughter got into the mix too.
Oh.
Now they're 3, but well, actually the aunt isn't quite 3 yet. But she'll be 3 very, very soon. But anyway, yes. As far as my cardigan, I just knocked some tape off. That's fine. Everything's fine. I'm fine.
All fine.
Everything's fine. But no, my attitude toward it is it's just a funny story, and my life is surreal sometimes, and that's okay with me.
I don't have any stories like that.
No. Well, be glad. Well, like I can generally turn any of my life stories into something funny just because that's how I operate. Let's see. I think. Let me count my lotus stitches here. I think I need to do window panes and then I'm done. 6. That's 6. Let me check that back panel. All right. Because I'm just counting lotus stitches because that's easier than counting the rows for me. All right. I'm definitely going to take these sleeves off and reattach. There you go. 6. Oh, actually, did I do an extra set? Maybe I did. But I did say I wanted it a little bit longer one. 2. 6. Nope, that's it. That's the same. So now I just need to do the window panes, 2 rows of window pane. And in theory, it'll be the same length. On these sleeves, I used a 12mm hook. And like I said, I'll go back and I'll link Armchair Shuffle. Oh, see, people do that kind of stuff. Chef Lori took you out, an ex-boyfriend. I assume he was your boyfriend at the time.
At the restaurant she was working at?
I would assume, yeah.
Oh my God.
People are special. Yeah. Yeah, see, I know Lori has some good dating stories too. We've had our fair share of some funny dating stories.
See, and you're nicer than me because I'd have been like, what the F are you thinking? Like, why would you?
Well, my son-in-law sent it to all of his friends, which they affectionately refer to as the goons. And they were all like, why didn't your mom just get up and walk out? She was working at the post office. Oh. So we went out to there. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. I think we all had it backwards. So, okay. So Chef Lori, what you're saying is he was an ex-boyfriend. He took you out to dinner on Valentine's because his new girlfriend was working, and I'm rereading it, and that's what it says. So while she was working at the post office with you, well, you weren't working that night, he took you out to dinner. Wow. Or offered to. Did he actually, or did he just offer? And you were like, no. I think that's the way I'm reading.
Or did you know yet?
Right.
Crazy.
Right. Oh my gosh. I'm just losing my mind. What the heck did I do? Maybe I do need to stop. Hold on.
Excuse me.
No, I do need to do I was doing it right. Ugh. All right. But yeah, that story is that's so wild.
Mm-hmm.
Good prime rib. There you go. Good for you. Love that. Oh my goodness. So yeah, Valentine's Day, did you were you on a live, Camille? I don't remember. What did you do Valentine's Day? Yeah.
Yeah, we don't really he and I just kind of do for each other and buy stuff for each other on regular days. So we don't really. That's why, when I say the stories about how, we forgot our anniversary and stuff, we're super laid back. So it's not someone would just be like, oh my gosh, that's horrible. You didn't remember your anniversaries, neither of you. That's bad. We're that chill.
Right. It doesn't impact your relationship.
No, we buy each other. We often do together gifts, and we'll be oh, we want to do this. Okay. And then we'll just be okay, well, that can be our anniversary present, or that can be our Valentine's present, or that's our whatever holiday it's closest to. Then it's just that's it. So what did we do? We had sushi, and he brought me cake but the cake wasn't for Valentine's. Right? That was for my 500 subscriber thing that he had. But see, then he does stuff like that. He had been planning that.
Yes,
he had been that awesome from the start. So, yeah,
right. That was already. He was already thinking of that. So it's more about the act.
It happened to be on Valentine's Day.
Right.
This year, I didn't even get us, usually I'll get us chocolate and stuff. And I didn't even.
Let me tell you a funny story about that. Because that's what I usually get, a card or a chocolates or something for us. Well, the day before, remember, I've been doing yarn management and organizing my craft room. I found a bag of Lindt, Lindt chocolate balls that I neglected to distribute at Christmas. So that was our Valentine's chocolate.
That was your Valentine's, yeah. But then some years, and it's funny because we don't exactly talk about it. Right. So it's every year or so, we both end up splurging a surprise gift on each other, and it tends to happen the same year. So we're just on the same page with that, I guess. I prefer my flowers to be alive. Yeah, me too.
Okay, so who said that? Yes, so Michelle has the funniest story. Michelle, I'll wait until I hear from you. Can I tell the whole story about the flowers being alive? Because it's hilarious, but also so creepy. Oh, Stacy's all booked. This is hi. Yes, you are new. I've not seen you before.
Hi, welcome in.
And I'm Lori, and the other one's Camille. And you might have missed some crazy stories if you just got here, but I might be just about telling you. And okay, so Michelle has given me the go ahead. So we had lived here, let me say about a year or maybe 2. I can't remember exactly. Michelle is my next door neighbor. And she was aware that my husband's in law enforcement. And like Panda, if Panda's still here, he works in the jail, not in the prison. Jails are a little easier in some ways, or in many ways, actually. Anyway, so she was aware he was in law enforcement. So she calls me up and she says, let me see if I can, I think you called, right? And said, oh my gosh, is your husband home? Because I don't use his name on the channel. Is your husband home? Because this creepy guy just left something at my door and I want to make sure he's gone. I'm not going to open my front door until he's gone, because she had a Ring camera. Okay. So my husband goes over, and because he was home, and goes over and grabs this vase of flowers. Well, half of the flowers were half dead. So he got them on clearance. But then we got the rest of the story. So, okay. So he rings the doorbell. He said, I checked the area, the perimeter, there's nobody. Everything seems to be fine. I'll tell the super creepy part. She has never even met this dude. They had just talked on an online dating app of sorts, or something like that. And so they'd never met in person. She had never given him the address. Hi, Frizzy, you came at the moment we're talking about a crazy story for my poor next door neighbor. But she hadn't given him the address. He had Googled her address and then went and got these half dead flowers, probably for a discount. So my husband checked the perimeter, said it was fine, goes next door to the Ring camera, and talks to her and says, everything's fine. You're okay. And then her daughter sends a text. Hey, Mom, why is the next door neighbor giving you flowers? Because she saw my husband giving her flowers. Oh my, yes. And they had talked 7 years prior to this. And this guy was obsessed with her, even though they had never met. And he still sometimes tries to contact her.
Wow.
Yes. So this is Stacy. This is cover story. Sorry, upside down. Is that better? Yes. I know. Isn't it the craziest thing you've ever heard, Megan? But yes, I love the part that her daughter texts, why is the neighbor giving you flowers? They were part of it. But yeah, so this is what it is, which is like a burnout blanket. It's a little softer. It feels like a chenille, but behaves like a blanket yard, is how I would describe this yarn. And it's huge. It's a 2.2 pound ball of yarn. Here's the information. 2.2 pounds, 547 yards of a bulky 6. They recommend a 9mm hook, which I am using on it right now. I did use a 12mm on the sleeves. So what I'm making is a cardigan for Camille's cardigan. What is it called? Yourself cardigan challenge. So this yarn was a limited edition, but I think Lion Brand or Bernat has something very similar. This big giant ball of it. Do I have another ball? I had that other ball of it. Where did I put that
one somewhere?
Yeah. I mean, it's not going to hide from me because it's huge. Mm-hmm. I'll go grab it. Camille, take over for a moment.
You put me on the spot. What am I supposed to?
Tell your cardigan.
How do I top that story?
Oh, well, yeah, no, nothing tops that story. Poor Michelle's story is
that's crazy.
The worst.
I would have been super creeped out for sure.
So this is what it looks like in the ball. So I had 2 balls thinking I'd need 2 balls, but I've already got the back, both sleeves. And now I'm done with the front panel as soon as I finish the, yes, and that's my phone, Stacy, for since you're new here.
Yeah.
My phone says that's what she said periodically, just so you're warned. But anyway, so I'm making a cardigan with this for Camille's challenge. And it was big, giant cake. You literally could make an Afghan. It says make an Afghan with just one cake. You definitely could. This, what I've heard is Bernat Blanket has a new quote unquote formula for their blanket yarn that's very similar to this. Mikey on Crochet Crowd was talking about it. And he said it's really soft, and it was a big, huge cake like that. Cover Story. I think Lion Brand still sells the Cover Story. I got it. I'm pretty sure at Michael's. It was like the end of the season or whatever. And I'm pretty sure that's where I got it. I'm remembering what I have to do next. Yeah, I remember now. But, because I just need to do my window pane. So the stitch I'm using, because I did not want, with a blanket yarn, I did not want it to be like super dense fabric. So I'm using something called the Lacy Aligned Lotus Stitch. But Eilish is going, good night, Presley.
Hi, Presley.
Coming in. Yes. So Stacy, yes, I was explaining. Everybody was like real nervous about okay. Yeah. Chef Lori, I told you Chef Lori has some serious dating stories. But anyway, with blanket yarn, I didn't want it to be super dense, so it's very open, and that's why I use this. I forgot to link. I will go back and put it in the description. It's from Nordic Cook, which as I can't wait. Frizzy Bee, I cannot wait for when you get those published. I need them for my grandchildren. So much so. But anyway, and I had this yarn. I've literally had this yarn for 2, maybe even 3 years for the purpose of making myself something. And I still had never made myself something, a wearable. So when Camille's challenge came around, I'm like, I will finally use this yarn. And it is so soft. And it works up so fast. Like I have been working on this far less than a week and probably less than an hour at a time until tonight, which I'm sure we're way past that at this point. Just short of 2 hours. But they're turning out. Okay, good. I'm glad you're happy with how the turning worked out. Because did you create an LLC, Frizzy, or did you already have one and then just had to get the publishing rights back, or however all that works? I can't wait to see those books. And Linda just showed you how to drop your channel. Plus, I think Nightbot might have told you, but you can see what Linda did. If you aren't subscribed to Linda, please consider it. She has the most beautiful work. I just love looking at her work.
Also me.
And Camille, yes, Camille, do you want to type in?
I did.
Okay.
I dropped mine a minute ago.
Definitely. If you're not on Camille's yet, please send up to Camille. But yes, especially if you like to make wearables, or maybe if you don't. But yes, this is the very first time I'm making a wearable for myself, which was the whole point of Camille's challenge, because a lot of people don't make things for themselves. I've made plenty of cardigans, but for my sisters and my daughters, sisters, I only have one sister. So sister and daughters, and granddaughter, and even my grandsons, both of them I've made clothing for. Not myself.
Me neither. Also, well, with sewing, I did do when I was younger. I did a lot for myself, but as an adult, no.
I didn't.
I just started making for everybody else, and even my first. I mean, this is only my second ever cardigan, but the first one was for my husband.
Yeah, I did make a sweater for my husband as well. But that's part why I kind of want to redo on that. It's not a bad sweater that I made for him, but I really want to make him a better sweater. Because sleeves have been my challenge. I finally think I have figured sleeves out, like getting the sizing right. That's been a challenge for me. I don't know if anybody else has had that challenge. No, I know. If you're not subscribed to Frizzy, she's wonderful too. Let's see what. Okay, let me go back. I missed something from Stacy. Come on.
Isn't it crazy that we crocheters really make things for ourselves? I just made a blanket for me.
Yeah, right?
First thing in 15 years. See? Yeah.
See? Exactly. And I was just saying to my husband, or maybe it was to you, Camille. See, she's my work wife. So, but I was just saying to one of those two people, one of my spouses, that I really kind of need to make myself a blanket. But the problem is, I love this blanket that Jennifer Wysocki made for me. I love, 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 love this blanket.
Well, you can have one for your bed and one for your.
But look at how like this yarn versus this yarn, right?
Right. Yeah, I mean that one Jennifer made you is absolutely gorgeous.
So gorgeous. But I feel like for warm, I almost need to use my other cake of this, right? Like to get a nice warm blanket.
I would like to make a blanket out of blanket yarn. I think that would be cool. Like I've been meaning to. And seeing you stitch up that cardigan so fast.
Yeah, right?
A blanket out of blanket yarn would go super quick. And I already even know, like, I want to do a chevron blanket out of blanket yarn.
Oh, there you go. I have not tried a chevron.
We should do it then.
Well, we're getting a long list, lady.
Well, that's all right.
That is all right.
We all got long lists.
I'm on. Well, I have this whole bag of what I call heavy creams. So Stacy, I think, is probably the only one that hasn't. Maybe Frizzy hasn't heard me call it that, but I have bags of I have the yarn for projects, and I put them in project bags so they're ready to go when I finish the project that needs to be done first. And I have, how many do I have down there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now I just added a 6th the other day. And I still have the actual work in progress downstairs, the infamous sleeping bear that I keep avoiding.
Another project.
Yeah, right? I'm so silly. Stop being so silly.
It's like this week it's supposed to get cold. So it's like, ooh, we could use a blanket yarn blanket on our bed. But it's like, if I start that now, I guarantee you we won't get cold weather again.
Right.
And I'll just have to have it till next year.
Yeah, that's one nice thing. I mean, it is kind of cold here. So if you're curious, yes, Linda makes herself all of the stuff, which is so nice. Wants blankets and stuff. And
use 5 Afghans every day.
Yeah, I get that.
Some of us don't have that balance, though, like I think that's a balanced person who makes stuff for themselves also.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So, yes, if you want to see some gorgeous stuff that someone made for themselves, it's Linda. I still have this hat. Oh, under here. I still have this hat. The one that's cute on, but looks kind of weird off. Mm-hmm. This one sits on Goldie's head. I have, let me show you Goldie. Okay, I just knocked it.
Now we know why she loses her wax.
That was really quite. That had to have been fun to watch or hear.
Is your wax in there anywhere?
I'll see if I find it. This book is like supposed to be an organizing thing in patterns, and now it's all see all these patterns like that.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well, you know, you know, all that stuff that happens on my video is authentic now because it just happens live, right? Kerplunkles, kerplunkies, kerplunky. I just This is Goldie, my mannequin head, and that hat's been living on her head. Which now I don't even know where the hat is. Oh, there it is. Okay. It knocked my hook down. It's yes. So yes, again, if you watch my videos and crazy stuff happens on my videos, you know it just happened because I don't plan it. Oh, hi, Shannon. How are you?
So I officially got it stitched up. All I have to do is add the ribbing.
This is Shannon. I started with my sleeves on this. You'll really extra appreciate that. But I just had an avalanche of papers because I'm a goofball and I knocked down my pattern book that I don't have anything attached in there. So this is the front panel of a cardigan that I'm just about to finish. I've got one more row of window pane stitches and I'm using giant fat yarn and a giant fat hook. I'm using a 9mm hook. And where's my cover story thing? All right. Oh, if Frizzy's still here, here's the Totoro graph that I used to make a sweater with. Michael did send me MDL. He did send me a picture of his Totoro. I should share that at some point. Yeah. But so just to inform Shannon, where's the sweater? Okay, I'll show you. It's my daughter's. Let me show you a picture. I gotta pull this up. You see, yeah, you saw some of the chaos of my day, but you know, I talked about all the crazy of my life. What's the most interesting thing y'all learned about Lori today? Well, you know, that could be interesting. I did some interesting things.
She babysits for people that she shouldn't.
Hey, only on Valentine's Day. Okay, where are you, Totoro? There it is. Oh, okay, so I'm so bad with that.
I like that.
It's super cute, right? Yeah, that's the back. That's the back. That's the Totoro part. And then there's the front. I wanted it to be leaves because.
Make it big. Make yourself big.
Oh, make myself big.
Yeah, and get that camera centered right there in front of right in the middle so we can see it all real good. Yeah.
There's that.
Yeah, I like that. That's awesome.
Let me pinch it. And then, that's my granddaughter. And then there's Totoro. So he holds that's a leaf. I thought it was a balloon, but my daughter informed me that it was a leaf, and then that's why.
That's pretty cool. See, that makes me want to do a graphigan or graph cardigan.
Yeah, and so this I had to reprint it because it didn't have edges. So the one I used actually has marks because now this was all single. That's all single crochets. So it's a little bit brutal.
I like it.
So yeah, I was super happy with it. Now Michael's MDL. What's the rest of his channel name? MDL Designs. MDL
Crochet.
I can't remember. If Panda's still here, Panda can tell us. But anyway, thank you, Stacy, and thank you everybody, and thank you, Chuck, for saying kind, giving, and patient. And I'm a little bit of it's okay. It's crocheter. Okay, MDL crocheter, right? Crochet. Okay. Yeah, so if you haven't checked out Michael, now Michael does Tunisian only, and his Tunisian Totoro is stunning. But I don't know that Panda's here anymore, and he's not here, so I don't want to show his work without him giving the okay to show his work. But I knew you would appreciate that, Frizzy, because I know you like Totoro. Okay, the sleeves. Let me talk about sleeves here.
That's MDL's link if anybody needs it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So if you're interested in Tunisian, check him out. This is my sleeves. I started with sleeves. I used a 12 millimeter hook on the sleeves, and then I just decreased, and it's a real nice fit. And then there's my back panel. I am going to detach them and reattach them once I get all the parts done. There's the back panel. Just because I think my positioning needs to be adjusted.
I like it.
But yeah, it's it's beautiful, right? And look at how like lacy that is. So it's, even though it's blanket yarn, it's not going to be super. Oh, you finished your.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, thanks, Stacy. We'll
thank
see
you so much for
you
stopping by, Stacy. And yes, you got to see the chaos of my life is summed up in that thing. Like, go watch some of my shorts. I've got some pretty funny shorts recently.
Yeah.
Yarn avalanche and
Yarn yeet.
yarn eating. I showed that to some people at my grandson's birthday party today, and they were all like dying of laughter. Like, that is so funny. I'm like, yeah. And then like, it almost hit you. Yeah, I said it was coming for me. So this is a front panel. So I'm going to do another one of these, and then I've got all my parts done. Then I just need to construct it. So I'm actually going to accomplish this, making this sweater for myself.
That's
Hooray.
awesome.
And yes, seriously, thank you, Chuck. That was very kind words.
I want to finish at the same time.
Which is crazy because you all know I did not start until this week.
We can finish our first cardigan for ourselves at the same exact time. Wouldn't that be cool?
Wild. I don't know that I can get my panel caught up to you.
Yeah, but I got to do all that ribbing stuff, so you might.
Yeah, I do want to do pockets, but that might be a later date thing.
Mm-hmm. I can't.
But yeah, I might.
I don't know if I want pockets or not.
Well, what I want to do is like what Bridget did, so I might just make the pockets separate and sew them on. Where
Pretty Twinkies. Yeah.
Yes, Party Twinkies. That's right.
We're gonna have to do our last stitch at the exact moment.
Well, it's weird how sometimes we seem to be thinking the same thing at the same time. You'll say something as I already typed it in the chat, but I know you haven't seen it in the chat. It's so funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Megan finished her belt. That's awesome.
I think that's, yes, that's what I was going to say. Yes, and you did it in Tunisian, which is awesome. Did you say it was from a scrap, or what was it from why were you using that particular yarn for your belt? I don't remember.
I thought she used the yarn that was left over from her cardigan.
From the actual cardigan. Okay, that's what it was. So
I could be wrong, but I think that's what she said.
Smashed down.
Mm-hmm. Right on.
Is Nightbot still doing the hi thing? I thought I took that off, but maybe I didn't. I'm sorry. If I did, follow Lindo's lead. If Nightbot keeps saying hi to you when you say hi to others, do what Linda did and use the hand. Because I thought I turned it off, but it's quite possible that I did not. Because I am me. And yes.
So I think I'm going to do like back loop only type ribbing instead of front post, back post, because I feel like it's less bulky.
Okay.
I mean, what is your opinion on that? Do you think front post, back post is bulkier than back loop only?
Let me show you.
Back and forth? I think it might be.
Let me show you, because that's what I did on my sleeve. So this was front post, back post. Gosh, it's so hard to see.
It is hard to see. But see, I'm not using super bulky.
Well, I know, but yeah, but see, like how that's kind of got, it's not as dense,
Yeah.
but that's front post, back post. And it's like the perfect size. I feel like it's just enough to kind of like sit.
I'm also thinking I might not want to do a finishing on my sleeves, the end of my sleeves. I kind of like that open sleeve feel, like almost kind of like a belt.
Yeah. Where they're like a breeze can get through, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't have to cinch it down. I had to because it was just way too big, but. And I wanted to add just a little length instead of. So I feel like to complete a thing, I need the window panes, the single V-stitch row, the lotus row, and then 2 rows of window pane. So I need a pretty good length in order to like complete the pattern. So I'm like, when I finish the window panes, I'm like, okay, this is long enough, and I'm going to just make long enough ribbing with the front and back post to go all the way down.
Oh, Chuck is going. Bye, Chuck. Have a good night.
Thank you for always being here and
thank you.
And support and kind words.
Chuck won some pottery from me.
Yes.
Isn't that crazy?
I think that's
awesome.
Nice.
Do any of the crochet ribbing stitches cinches things down, or do they just look like ribbing?
Okay, so
it depends.
Yes, you can get it to do that, Megan. So how you can get it to do that is like on your front post, like the first time you go around, you would like front post 2 together. And then maybe just do a back post and then front post 2 together, or back post 2 together. That's a way you could get it to do that. The other thing you can do is skip stitches, but that doesn't look as clean. If you just do straight front and back post, it cinches a little just naturally because it pulls it in a little bit. But like for me, I needed it to go down a lot more than it did.
So I guess the answer is no, they don't really stitch it down, but unless you want it to, you can make it cinch it.
You almost, what I recommend if you want to cinch it first is actually do some single crochets or single crochets 2 together. Single crochet decrease. Yeah, that's the right term. That's what I was trying to say. Let's see if I know what.
Do half double crochet as an edge with reversed single crochet.
Yes, reverse.
I need to maybe try that. That might look good on the edge of this because does it make a little bumpy?
It does. Do I have something that has
tiny braided looking bump thing? Maybe I should do that.
Yes, it kind of looks like what you just described. It can kind of cinch a little bit, right? Or just to give it a nice edge that's fancy without actually being difficult. Oh my gosh, Seta just showed how to do the reverse single crochet in a way that I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so much easier than the way I was doing it. That was something I learned. I'm in a crochet group in person. Of course, I missed last Saturday because of headache. But they're used to that. I probably only go every couple months, but they meet every 2 weeks. So, but I stay active in the group chat. It's fine. But I went and I could not. I watched so many videos on. Oh, I'm way off screen. I watched so many videos on reverse single crochet, and I could not. I just was not clicking. And then I went and I worked with the crochet club ladies.
Yeah.
And I was like, I learned instantly. I just needed that for that particular stitch. I needed an in-person tutorial. I was not connecting the dots. And then now I just saw Seta's. I'm like, oh, I like the way Seta taught that. I actually see it. But
she did a reverse single crochet chain 1 skip a stitch.
Is that what she did?
That's what Linda's saying she did.
Okay. Oh, that's what you did, Linda.
Yeah.
I did. Yes. Okay. Got it. Okay, so I think this panel is done. Let's measure it. Okay, I don't know what I just knocked down, but that seems to be the theme of my life lately.
Mm-hmm.
I get knocked down, but I get it up again.
Yes, never getting down.
And it's not going to be a very precise measurement, y'all. Okay, so this is 32.5 inches long, this panel.
I haven't even measured mine. I just know that it went down like almost to my knees.
Let's see. If I put this at my shoulder, where is it? I'm going to stand up. Not that you guys can see that. Isn't this so cute? It's a little measuring tape.
I like
I got
it.
that at Vera Bradley for like $1.
Huh.
Because we have a Vera Bradley outlet. Why does this seem so? Oh, wait, it's got to go up over my shoulder. That's why. Okay, so this panel is, I'm going to say about 3 inches above my knee and going over to the top of my shoulder. So
I think I actually we'll see after I put the ribbing on, but I think I actually only needed like 5 skeins instead of 6 for this project.
That's nice. Well, like I said, I bought the 2 thinking I was going to need 2, and it turns out I'm going to need 1. I mean, it is a huge skein of this type yarn. But I'm going to compare the front and the back because I feel like I made the front longer than the back. Let's see. If I did, I can fix that when I'm sewing it together. I can make that work. But I definitely have to take the sleeves off in that case. Maybe I just no, they're the same.
Bye, Frizzy Bee. Frizzy Bee's
Bye,
leaving.
thank you so much for stopping by, and glad you got to hear some crazy stories and see some fun
Avalanches.
Yes, some fun avalanches because my life is so fun. That's actually kind of a cute little thing. I left it right there. That's cute.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yes, and Michelle, and my next door neighbor. But yes, I did crochet Michelle a flower, but then I realized I probably should have crocheted her a dead looking flower instead. She would have enjoyed that more for the humor of it. But yes, we do have a standing joke about dead flowers. But yeah. I'm like, I have some dating stories, but that takes the freaking cake.
Yeah.
Because that's just, people be cray. All right. I mean, it just wouldn't be me on camera without, and I'm not even on camera except for my hands, without something going.
You're funny.
I'm a character for sure.
You always keep me laughing, that's for sure.
You can imagine why, a lot of students enjoyed my classroom because, I'm just always me. Although people who came to visit me because they were either teachers or in teaching class or trying to decide to be teachers, if they knew me out in the real world and then they saw me in class, they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're so professional." I'm like, "Yeah, because I'm working."
Right.
I know it's hard to imagine me professional, right?
No, I mean, I was always different at work than I was at home.
Right.
I can be quite messy at home, but I was like very particular about my workspace.
Well, I was better at hiding my mess in my workspace.
Mm-hmm. Like I couldn't start my work day unless I had to go in there and make sure my room was just perfect before I started doing my mammograms. Because I wanted to know where everything was. Because you got the ladies in a vice. You don't want to be fumbling around for stuff, right?
No, for real. And when you're in the vice, you really appreciate if your tech knows what they're doing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Oh,
I'm gonna have to be doing a walk, but look, if we want to keep doing the live, I'm perfectly fine with that. I just need to take a small break. I'm gonna have to go to the restroom too.
belly dancer teacher. Everyone works for the NRC. What's the NRC? And is there a way for me to do a poll here? I'm in StreamYard. There isn't, is there?
You can do a poll through Nightbot, but
How about put a 1 if you want me to stay live for a little bit longer. Let me just put my yarn barf out there. And 2 if you're good being done. I'm going to bring you back live.
I think it needs to be up to you. Do you want to keep going? Keep going.
That sounds interesting. The NRC. Ooh, interesting. Well,
because I can pull this blanket out and work on it if you want to keep going.
I'm okay with keeping going. I know you need a quick break. Okay, so
okay. Well, I'm currently
keep going,
screen.
right?
I'm currently off screen, so just leave me off screen till I come back.
Okay,
and then we'll just go another hour or whatever.
So take you off stage.
Well, I'm off stage. I don't think you realize
it because I didn't fix it, did I?
Yeah. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. I've got to get some more drink and all that, and then I'll pull this blanket up, or maybe I'll sit here and start working on the ribbing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Leanne. Now I understand what you were saying. I'm working on another F-bomb. Okay, so you're okay with the chatting, and I'm not really counting out loud too often, so hopefully that's a non-issue. So what's interesting is my front panels is the same number of stitches as my sleeve. They were panels that I then wrapped around. I'm not going to say the number because if you're counting. But I thought it was interesting. But again, on my sleeve, I used 12 millimeter, and on the rest of this, I'm using a 9 millimeter. I'm not trying to throw those numbers out too loud. All right. And sound quality for those of you, does PR for them? Well, I imagine they need some PR. Because that's a heavy job. I mean, potentially heavy. Potentially totally fun, right? So working on it. And then can we, okay. Yes. And thank you, Megan. I kept forgetting to, and Leanne, I totally forgot to put, I'll put this just, there's mine. I know you can subscribe easier than that too, but just there, that's it if you want it. But what was I trying to say to myself? She does PR, just, I'm just counting at 7. Okay. Yes. Okay. It does help, Megan, when you have increases from the row before. Okay. This is a disaster, almost as bad as my paper avalanche. Okay. I just need to find an end here. There's an end somewhere. I know there is. I can tell it's here in this pile somewhere. But I will put Camille on as soon as I see her come back. I will put her on stage because my bad. I forgot that I had moved it to show you guys Totoro. And yeah, that sweater was for my daughter. She's I've made a lot of things for my daughters and my stepdaughters. 3 of them. So my 2 daughters are adults. My husband's oldest is an adult, and then we have his 2 teenage daughters that live here predominantly. So 5 girls between us. So we have good times. Some people cringe at that thought. Some people are, that just made me think of Michelle. Is it Michelle M? I wonder if her grandbaby was born or how her granddaughter's surgery went. She had eye surgery, I think. I will have to check in on her, see if she's posted anything. But anyway, you see how my brain squirrels too, just differently than Camille's brain squirrels. Oh, good times. Okay. I found an end, y'all. There it is. Woohoo! We're going to see. There's not a lot loose there, though. It is wrapped around really good. I'm going to... Now, where's my husband? He's at work, unfortunately, because he's my detangling king. He is amazing at it. Like, oh my gosh, what happened to this yarn? It's like a seaweed. Seaweed is what comes to mind. Was that the Michelle that was here earlier is my next door neighbor, Megan. So that's a different Michelle. Michelle M, I think, is the one I was talking about, is a content creator. She's very sweet. She's usually in our chats, but she said she was going to disappear for a bit, as she was going to be the caretaker for the granddaughter as the grandson was going to be born, because the granddaughter was having an eye surgery, if I remember the whole thing. But yes, Michelle earlier is my next door neighbor, who we crocheted together. She actually introduced me to Tunisian. I was very curious about it, and she had done some Tunisian. She is now also knitting. I haven't ventured that yet. We shall see if I go down that road. I don't know. I might. Oh, I almost... See, I would be upside down, though. I'd have to flip the camera quite a bit. So when Camille comes back, I'll flip the camera and really show you guys how disastrous this all is. But yes, I'm using a different microphone tonight, and it seems like it's better. My sound is better, right? Oh, is it similar? Oh, that could be true. Oh my gosh. I should have brought my liquid IV upstairs. Or did I finish it? I don't know. Who knows? Either way, I still have my chai, so I'm good. Chai latte, I guess, technically, because there is some milk in it. What should I ask? What is everybody working on? I know a lot of you already said, but I don't remember. Because I know a lot of you are done with Camille's cardigan, for if you're participating in that challenge. Some of you are doing a hexi-cardi. For what channel is that? Somebody put that in the chat. I know there's a chat that, or a channel that's doing hexi-cardis specifically. And I know that's part of why Chef Lori did the hexi-cardi. Does anybody remember? There's 10 of you in here, so I know some of you are just talking. Sorry, this is just watching yarn. I apologize for my yarn disaster here. Yeah, I don't know if that's fun to watch or if it's causing some of you stress and anxiety. I don't know. I don't know how I would respond watching this disaster mess of a...
Here, don't put me on yet, because okay. I'm gonna adjust my camera so I can
So I said I was gonna flip my camera around and put you on when you're ready, and then I'm gonna flip my camera around so they can see what I'm doing with this freaking yarn tangle. I said I need my husband. He's the king, king untangler. He was a parachute rigger for the National Guard, and so like half that job is detangling the what do you even call them? There's a name for them. I'm going to call them the strings attached to the parachute. That is not the correct term, but after they would jump, because what they do is they just basically, when they jump out of the airplane and it comes down, these are static line. So that means the parachute pack is basically attached by a hook to a line inside of whatever aircraft they're in. And then they jump out. And then when they jump out, the line pulls the parachute out of the bag. They have an emergency chute they can pull themselves too. So they do have backup if needed, which very, 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 very rarely is needed. But it is, they always have it. So anyway, when they come down and they've landed, the person that parachuted just basically shoves their parachute and all of its strings into the bag.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of it is, let me put you back on.
Yeah, now you can go.
So a lot of it is detangling them to pack them correctly. They have to shake them out and then they have to detangle. So he's an expert yarn detangler. So let me, I'm going to close myself for a minute while I try to get this camera turned around.
So do you think this is the wrong idea? This is what I'm coming up with, is to just do the ribbing the length of my cardigan and sew it on, or should I be trying to do this ribbing attached to the cardigan? I mean, it's so much easier to do a front post, back post. I worry about it not being right. I don't know.
Why do you think it won't look right?
I'm worried about it being too bulky, which I'm worried about it being too bulky.
About it being too bulky.
Yeah.
So maybe do.
So let me do a few stitches of this and show you what I'm talking about as far as the other ribbing, which I think most of y'all know.
Okay, I'm gonna go. We'll watch Camille here and give her some advice if we have any. Well, I can't get my camera angle right, so I apologize. I'm not actually gonna face myself, but we're watching Camille right now. Oh, hello, Thrifty.
Hey, Thrifty, welcome in.
So right now we're watching Camille. She's trying to decide what ribbing to do, on the edge of your sleeve or on the edge of the sweater.
On the front panels and
front panels. Okay.
So my thought process currently is to just do a back loop only ribbing.
I think that's what I've done when I've done edging on where I was going on the interior of the cardigan. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Not just the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that I'm gonna put any kind of like ribbing on the sleeves or the bottom.
Okay.
But I do need to do something around the back neck, like the front panels need something, because I made them a little
too narrow, right?
Well, I never made them too narrow on purpose because I thought I was going to put ribbing on it, but
now you're like,
I don't know if I've done the right thing.
Would you be able to add? There's no way you could add.
I could add, but I don't know.
I don't know what would look better. Does it feel incomplete? I guess that's the real question.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
It needs,
okay.
It needs
you need
an
edging. Yeah. Okay.
I'm not even quite sure if this is going to be right either. Like, I think this is probably going to be a little too narrow even, but I'll pull that cardi. Let me get a few rows and I'll pull that cardi over and see what y'all think.
I was trying to think if I have a picture of the sweater where I did the edging on the inside of the cardigan like that, or toward the center of the cardigan, I should say.
So I like this I like this look,
Oh yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But do I just make this and then just sew it on, or should I be trying to do it attached to the thing?
Woohoo, Bridget's. I am going to show you how to do that. I
See,
will
they're
show you.
done.
There's a really interesting way to do it. Okay, let me just make a row of something, and then I will go on here.
So it would be like that.
Good God. Yes. But I'll show you. So okay, I'll show you so you don't have to make the whole thing and sew it on. I just have to, let me just get a foundation row here, and then I will show you. Okay. And woohoo, Bridget. That is awesome.
That's awesome.
Let me, helps if you use the mouse pad and not just the random. Okay. So I'm going to do a quick, I'll do like, I don't know, like 10 stitches or something.
Bridget's going to be done about the same time we are also.
Well, I'm taking a break for a sec. So you're probably going to finish before me.
Well, I don't know that I'll finish this tonight, but I mean, like if she finishes tomorrow, I'm pretty sure I'm going to
tomorrow, yeah.
Also.
I'm going to just real quick.
Then I could just.
I fluffed that up, but I don't care because we're not worrying about that. Okay. I need a few more before you can really see what to do. This is not a tutorial for this. But when I get to the part I'm going to show Camille, I'll go a lot slower and I'll make sure I'm doing it properly. I just needed some stitches so I can go on top of it. Okay. So, where are you? There you are. Okay, I think that's, how many stitches is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I'm going to do one more. Just because I feel like I need one more. All right.
See what this, I'm going to do a few and see what this front post, back post looks like with it also.
So how you can do it with the way you're doing it, right? Mm-hmm. So okay, let me chain one. So you would attach, so I'm going to do a foundation single crochet going up.
Mm-hmm. I can't see you. I don't know if you're trying to show me anything, but
I'm sorry. I was way off screen because I was jacking around with the thing and not doing it right. Okay. I need to turn my work. That is the problem. Okay. So I go in this stitch. And so you'll just pull in your ribbing, or I think you already got it figured out.
Yeah, well, I know how to do it. I'm just trying to figure out which is going to look the best with this cardigan.
Okay. Well, no, what I was going to say is so you don't have to make the whole ribbing and then attach it. This is what I was going to show you if you want to do the front loop thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you were going out how many stitches?
I was only going out 5, but I don't think that's going to be enough.
5 stitches. Okay. So I'm going to go 6. Obviously, that's going to be super fat on this, but so I'm doing a foundation single crochet up.
Mm-hmm. Will you hand me that cake, babe? I got cake.
Nice.
More strawberry cake.
This.
Wait for a minute.
Wait. I already did that. Okay. So I got that. Now, so I'm coming up. So see, I came up. I'm coming up on the edge of my whatever sweater panel. Mm-hmm. So now I'm going to chain 1, and then I'm going to go in the back loop of that chain that I made with the foundation chain. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to make my single crochet. And I'm going to go down to the bottom. And this is just single crochets. Ooh, come on. Having trouble with the back loop here. Sorry. Because I made my stitches too tight. Okay, I guess I only did 4. That's fine, whatever. Okay, so I get down, and I'm down here at the bottom. So then I slip stitch into this one.
Which is it? The next one?
The next one. The next one. I slip stitch because that row is the next one. And then I slip stitch into the next one, turn my work, and go back loops.
Go back up.
Yeah. So
That's
this
almost, I know what you're doing. That's almost like doing a mattress stitch. I hate that.
Okay. Well, then don't do it. Do it the way you want to do it. See, and I like to minimize my sewing, and you don't mind the sewing. So that's the difference.
I don't mind the sewing if it's not a mattress stitch.
Okay, there.
I might end up loving that stitch, though. Who knows?
Right. Once you really like have it, well, it's like foundation double crochets or foundation single crochets. I was like, what the heck with that? But now I way prefer it. Okay. I can't. All right. So I need to count now, but I won't count out loud.
My broken plate. You can see my broken plate. I don't throw stuff away. I just keep using it.
Nice.
The strawberry custard cake is so freaking awesome.
It sounds good.
It's like a strawberry shortcake with custard.
It is 12 and a half minutes till. I just heard my cuckoo clock. I don't know that there's anybody here that doesn't know that silliness.
Make it graphic. They could pop up.
When her cuckoo clock goes off.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that would be awesome.
Will you take that, babe? Because I can't reach over there. I'm too short, baby. My arm's not as long as yours. Okay. I'm going to try this and see what happens. See what it looks like. Because this
What matters.
front post, back post would really be like the easiest thing for me to do. I feel like.
Yes, it would be easier, but you're going to have to see the look of it.
I like strawberry cheesecake too.
Me too. I'm a cheesecake fan.
Do y'all have cheesecake factories there?
Yeah, we do. I don't know about elsewhere. Everybody else in the chat can answer that. I have a cheesecake factory fairly close.
Okay, I'm going to just go ahead and flip this and do a few this way and see if I think it's going to look good. So I'm going to go.
I feel like I went on a date to a cheesecake factory one time. But I literally don't remember. Oh, that was one of my bad decision dates. I know who that was. That was my sister's boss that I dated.
Oh.
Don't do that. Don't date your sister's boss. Don't do it. Just like I said was it the yarn avalanche or the yarn yeeting? Don't be Lori. Don't be Lori. Don't make bad decisions. Don't date your sister's boss under any circumstances.
We all make bad decisions. I feel like this would be one. I mean, that doesn't look bad. That actually kind of goes with the bump. Let me do another row and see what I think. Be nice if I wasn't stitching my hair into it.
Okay, so which thing did I just finish? The baseball diamond. There was so much of my hair in that darn blanket. I kind of feel bad. I'm like, well, you have lots of my DNA there.
Mhm.
I think I actually counted right. It's a miracle. My cat is in here like the food's about to go. So, oh yeah, well, it's 12 and a half minutes till, or well, it was. So yeah, it should be any second now. Their food's going to drop. And, with my automated cat feeder. I have very automated cats because, yeah, really good cheesecake. And I do unfortunately like them. Yes, me too. So Bridget, I have a friend who doesn't like cheese at all. She won't. Yeah, she doesn't eat cheesecakes or anything slightly sweet biscuit.
I don't know. Maybe I do want that ribbing.
Oh, that looks nice.
Yeah, it kind of goes. I think it'll be all right. That's what I prefer to make anyway.
Chef Lori, my cats have 5 meals a day. So this is their last meal, the one that's coming up. This is their last meal for the night. It's a pretty good sized meal compared to the other ones. Then they have a pretty decent sized one at 8 in the morning. And then they have 3 little tiny meals at kind of mid, at different times in the day. So yeah, no, it was the way to keep them satiated enough that they're not hungry. Because my orange kitty, I took him to the vet when he was a year old and he weighed 18 and a half pounds. And the vet's like, nah, he needs to lose weight. And so this was the way I could do that. I've never been able to free feed them ever.
That's what I do to find.
All my cats have always been able to free feed. I've never had cats that were this compulsively food, but well, you saw my cat the other night trying to eat my cake. Like, yeah. That's not normal. Your cat, you don't want cake. And here she's like literally coming over to me because I mentioned her. I have no food. You want cuddles? You're like, why is the food not dropping? You've got 8 more minutes, cat. 8 more minutes. But anyway, but yes, they have meals throughout the day, and it really worked because I got him down to somewhere between 15 and a half pounds and 16 pounds, and the vet was happy with that. So, but she's small, so I had to make sure she's getting enough food too. Bless you. That was the cutest sneeze ever.
That's what I'm saying. People hear that out of me and they're like, what?
It's so cute. Oh.
What happens if the feeder goes off and there's no food in it? Does that cat get upset?
Oh my gosh, they would lose their minds. It has a light that flashes at me to tell me.
Uh-huh.
So it's not as nice as the little robot that sends me something to my app saying, hey, you need to change the poop drawer out. Mm-hmm. But it flashes at me. And especially now that I'm crafting in here all the time, I definitely would see if I check it at least once a week. It doesn't need food that often. And I probably only add food every couple weeks. Maybe it's 10 days. I'm not sure. Sorry about throwing a number out there. I shouldn't say a number.
Mm-hmm. But, I try not to because I don't want anyone to be like, what the heck, Camille? Stop counting.
Right.
I don't know that I've ever bothered anyone, but.
And I think Megan said she's using her increases to kind of indicate as opposed to constantly counting for her F-bombs.
I don't care for frosting either. I'm fussy when it comes to my food. Too sweet for you, huh?
Yeah, my husband he is not a fan of super sweet. But again, I think it's a piece of that for him, at least, is growing up in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying he doesn't like
where everything's bland.
Well, that too. God, one of his favorite things is steak and kidney pie. I'm like, no, thank you.
Ooh, I do like a shepherd's pie though.
Oh yeah, he makes an incredible shepherd's pie.
Ooh, yeah. If I ever come visit y'all, I want that.
Yes, yes, it's on the menu. You got it. And maybe like I said, maybe a special plant. A Colorado plant.
Special brownies.
But no, I messed something up. Yeah. All right. Anyway, as far as the special brownies, I have a funny story about that. So I had my friend who became a pharmacist later was telling a story about how when she was getting her bachelor's degree. Now there's something you need to actually go to college for to be a pharmacist.
Yeah, and also, whoa, if you go be a pharmacist, like they make good money.
Yeah, she's actually like the head of her department in a hospital. So she's
You don't even have to be the head of a department. A pharmacist makes some awesome money.
Right, because you have a lot of liability. But she was getting her bachelor's degree, and she said, my friends, this was before it would have been legal too. My friends wanted to make some special brownies, and nobody knew how much they were supposed to put in. So they put a cup of Mary Jane, we'll use that term, in their brownies. To say the least, that was way more than they needed.
Oh, wow.
Way more than they needed. So I don't know how, I've never, I can order the microdose sleep gummy, so I don't know. And even then, I only have half of one. I'm so sensitive. Recalled. Oh no. Recalled. Litter box. Recalled. Hold those 3 pounds. Overeat, thank goodness. Yeah, right. Charlie. Glaring. See, I wish they could give the wet food, but no, if I'm going to give them wet food as a treat, I have to do that myself.
My cats don't get that wet food. That's gross to me. I can't stand that stuff.
The smell, yeah.
It makes me want to barf because I do sometimes, and it's like it makes me want to barf. Like, that's gross stuff.
Megan, I'm confused. Were there litter boxes that were recalled?
My brother brought me some gummies. I should have started with a hair.
Yep. We all learn the hard way, don't we?
I had a brownie one time, and they're just like, here, have some brownie. And I was like, okay. So it was like this packaged thing, right? And so I thought I was supposed to eat this whole brownie. Well, no, evidently I was just supposed to eat a fourth of the brownie. And I fell asleep for a good 14 hours. So yeah, never do that again. I did not enjoy that at all. Well, I mean, I guess I did enjoy the fact that I got some good sleep because I've always had problems with that.
Right.
Now, when I do front and back post crochet for ribbing, am I supposed to have a certain number? Like, is it supposed to be odd or even? Does that matter?
No, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Nope.
Okay. Why do they make something that requires only eating a quarter? I don't know.
So maybe it's a puff pass philosophy without puffing.
I don't know. But it also did not taste good.
No, I do not like my gummies. I don't, but I use them if I just cannot get good sleep. But I can't have too much or it's really a problem. So Megan, my self-cleaning robot litter is the litter robot. Its sensor is so sensitive. If my cat like just steps on the step in front of it and like puts its head in, but does not put in it immediately stops if it's cycling. Yes, you're yes. But yes, I see. I don't actually know a lot about it, but yeah, microdose is good because that's legal in every state.
Is it?
Yep, and you can have it delivered, mailed to you.
In Texas?
Yep, every
Are you
state.
sure?
Yes, because I had a friend who was in. My cousin moved to South Carolina from Colorado. She's like, "Oh, what am I going to do?" And yeah, they can mail it. It's microdose though. It has to be microdose, or it's. And there's one called Via. So there's microdose and Via, VAYA, that you can order online, and the THC is so low dose that it's legal everywhere.
Huh.
Yeah. But honestly, my preferred brand is one called Wild, WYLD. There it is. There's the cat food. And in comes the fatty. There we go. But anyway, but yeah, they actually, my litter robots are safe. I'll try to Breeze and the mushrooms. Yeah, see, and I don't know about anything. I don't know much about the mushrooms.
No, nothing is legal in Indiana for that. Even medical is not. See, that's why I'm wondering. But I mean, they would know because they would get in trouble for mailing it to Texas, right? Or no?
Right, correct.
So
correct. Like look into it. The two.
That's one thing I haven't tried for sleep.
So I'll spell them out. There's one that's called Via, and one that's called Microdose, and they are supposedly legal in every state, but you can definitely look into it because yes, just because it doesn't mean it's gummies. It is not smoke, and it is a low dose, super low dose, but I still do only half. Certain strains are legal. Yes, that's what it is. Thank you, Bridget. That's exactly what it is. It's the strain. It's the strain that it is that makes it legal, and the strain and quantity, right, or intensity, dosage.
Huh.
But yeah, I mean, if you think that's something you want to try, I only get the sleep ones, so I can't speak to anything else for recreational for the fun part. I literally only do the sleep ones, and won't send it if they can't. Okay, yeah, because in Utah you can't have alcohol delivered to you. Is that correct? No, you can smell. You can smell it. That's funny. Yeah, I do it. I did not do it while I was still teaching because it wasn't really. It wasn't really like I am a rule keeper. I wasn't too much of a rule enforcer, but I'm a rule keeper. If that's the rules, I will follow them. And I knew as a teacher it was against federal rules, and teachers, do follow to some degree under federal jurisdiction. So I never felt comfortable doing it. So once I retired, I was like, I really need something to help me sleep. And I gave it a shot, but very, very, very small. Yes, it's not a drug, it's an herb. I agree. I agree, which is why medically, why the heck isn't it, especially medically, why isn't it legal everywhere? It's silly. But I don't, yes, I understand that some people get addicted. Some people are addicted to, let's say sugar, for example. Would be my leanings.
Me, sugar addiction, obviously.
Me too. And then there's alcohol, right? And that's legal.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Lots of people addicted to that.
Right. need to count more carefully this time, and maybe I won't mess it up again. All
Okay,
right.
that's good. I always get nervous when I'm doing like not going in the row, and I just have to go on the edge. Like,
Oh yeah, it is harder.
Do very good with that.
It's harder to feel like you're doing it properly.
Mm-hmm.
I completely agree, Margaret. 100% agree with you. And I think it's more devastating in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
And it's more likely to occur.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm grateful I can try. Gosh, when I was going to have my hiatal hernia surgery last March, can't believe that's almost a year ago. They told me I had to go 6 weeks with no THC because it can it does something to does it thin your blood maybe? Just a tiny, tiny bit, which is why for some people it helps their migraines actually.
Mm-hmm.
It does not help my migraines, but it helps my sleep. So if I can improve my sleep, then I don't have as bad a migraine. But anyway, it's not one, it's the other, but whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what I did with this particular chain. I messed it up, I think. That's all right. But I've always been really honest about that because again, I don't use it recreationally. But I have no issue with somebody who does use it recreationally, legally. But I think there's so many medicinal properties to it, especially what I think it's called the indica. Is that right?
I don't know.
Oh, smoking? Yeah, I never smoked anything. My mom smoked cigarettes. My dad smoked pot my whole life. I do not smoke it. I have no interest in smoking anything. I joked that was my rebellion. They smoked their things, and so I refused to smoke anything. But that's guys, I was voted most likely to be a nun, which please feel free to laugh about that. That is funny.
It is funny.
And they weren't being sarcastic. That's what's super funny. They just didn't know me now, did they?
Mm-mm. They just thought math geek nun.
Well, yes, it was a commentary on my nerdiness, I'm sure. As we have established, I am full math nerd.
I like nerds though.
Yes, please. Yes, enjoy it.
And the candy. I like nerds candy too. It's one of the few candies I like. I'm not a candy person. Nerds and Jolly Ranchers.
And sativa. Okay. Hi, Esther.
Hi, Esther.
Esther's new.
Indica and sativa, and also hybrids of the two.
One of them is better at putting you to sleep, and one of them is better at being recreational. We'll say it that way.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember which is which.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that my daughters can tell me all this stuff it cracks me up. But they inform me, but I forgot. Mm-hmm. But I'm going to say I don't like the taste at all. So sugar's super addictive. There's actually data the combination of sugar plus fat is super, super addictive. Which is why chocolate bars and that kind of thing are super addictive. Yes, Margaret and is lovely. And then going green, which is Megan, is lovely. Glad to see you, Esther. We are both working on cardigans. I'm working on the second panel with this blanket yarn here. Well, it's not blanket yarn. It's not actual blanket yarn. It's called Cover Story. And the pattern I'm doing is called the Lacy Aligned Lotus Stitch by NordicHook.com. I don't know if you crochet, but if you do, NordicHook.com's patterns are the most step-by-step, literal step-by-step I've ever seen in my whole life. Not that I've looked at a ton of patterns, because I've only really super duper been crocheting since 2021, but and I only started looking at patterns maybe a year or maybe 2 years ago. But it was more recent than that.
I think I've crocheted like 6 hours today.
Whew, that's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I have not. I got to hang out with a screaming 3-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
But I am getting through it for sure. Let's see.
You seem okay. Do you have a headache now?
I do.
You do?
I do. It's not as bad as that night where I was just like starting to not even make sense to my own self.
Mm-hmm.
When I can't think, but it's because I actually intervened pretty early. Because as soon as I told my husband, I got home, I told him what happened and that I had a headache. He said, go downstairs and take medicine right now. And again, I just used an over-the-counter Excedrin. And not even Excedrin migraine, Excedrin extra strength. So it's, it's good. I'm functional. I probably only have a half hour or so left in me.
Yeah.
But you see how fast this works up when I don't have yarn barf to untangle.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Esther, if you have a yarn barf, that's why. Yes, I totally agree. Yes, because they put sugar in everything. And then it's worse. It's even worse than that. They put the dang high fructose corn syrup in everything, which that helps me because then I can't have it at all because that's a problem for me. But that's even worse than the body because your body doesn't know how to process it properly. But yes, you go to other countries and you realize how much sugar is in all of our food. I mean, even things like ketchup, mustard, relish, like things that just shouldn't need sugar. Like, why does tomato soup have sugar in it? I'll just
like a freaking hamburger at Sonic.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like when I got off sugar, I stopped sugar. Well, and I say I stopped sugar. I cut my sugar down to like 30 grams a day, which is actually quite severe. Like
a big change. Okay.
Well, no, that's really severe for anyone that doesn't watch their sugar.
Oh, okay, got it.
Most people are probably getting like 150 grams or so a day if they're not watching their sugar.
Right.
I mean, I guess it depends on how you eat, right?
Right. My family has.
I was getting 150 to 200 grams of sugar a day. So I cut it down to 30. And then I also had cut out eating, like I stopped eating burgers and things like that because I was stress eating hamburgers. I was eating a Sonic burger quite multiple times, right? So I cut out that, but the biggest thing is I cut out the sugar. And then one day I was like, I decided, okay, it's okay to have like a hamburger from Sonic maybe once every couple of months or so. My first hamburger from Sonic, I could not believe how sugary that thing tasted.
Yeah. Yeah. Was it the bun or the burger itself?
I didn't go look up. I don't even know, like, was it actual sugar? I don't know, but it sure did taste like there was sugar in it.
It's like that with salt too. Like you minimize your salt in your diet and then you like eat at a restaurant, even a nice restaurant. And you're like, holy moly, there's so much salt in this.
I'm not a big salt eater.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like just never have been. I'm not a eat some chips kind of snacker person either.
Well, the chips are one of my downfalls. But I'm very conscious of my sugar simply because I am the only one in my family that does not have type 2 diabetes. So I would like to keep it that way. I would like to not have it.
Well, it runs a lot in my family, which I never have it. You know, they test me for it every year. I never have it, but I do worry about getting it. But, you know, cutting my sugar down now, like maybe that's going to help me not get it.
That can help. My daughter informed me another thing that helps is if you were breastfed and or if you breastfed your babies. It does something to your body chemistry.
I don't think there was a lot of, there was a lot more kids in the 70s not breastfed.
Correct. I was not, but I did.
But I did all three of them.
Yeah. So
that
may have helped you as well. This is very recent research, and my daughter told me about it because of my family history. She's always been the one with the psychology degree. She's always been so worried about diabetes because it's devastating.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Documentary about food production. Yeah, that's what's scary, right? The food production. Yeah. 43 grams. Oh my gosh, 43 grams. So Megan, is that in the bun or is that in the burger or is it a combination? Or is it the condiments or what is it?
She probably just looked it up. But see, I knew it was high in sugar after I ate that thing.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and why? For what reason? Other than addiction.
To keep you coming back and eating that Sonic burger.
Well, it's
I went a whole year with being very, very strict with my sugar intake.
Yeah.
And it's like I've had trouble the last couple of months. Like I craved it. Like the whole year I craved that sugar, but I resisted and I did real good. And then I think it was like into December I gave into it, and it's like I don't know that that's ever going to go away, that craving of that sugar.
It's very hard to get out of your system because well, it's like an addiction is addiction, right? And if it's an addiction, does alcohol addiction ever really go away? No, it doesn't really ever go away.
Sonic's new groovy fries. Okay, so what's on the groovy fries?
Yes, insulin resistant. Yes, that's something I've evaluated too, Megan. So armchair. What's on the groovy fries?
Yeah, I've seen those advertised, but I have to literally. There's something about Sonic. I have to, the grandson wants Sonic all the time, and I'm like, no. My son wants Sonic, and I'm like, no, I can't even go there. I can't. I can take them to Whataburger and resist getting a burger, right?
Yeah.
I can't go to Sonic and resist a burger. I can't do it. I have to just stay away from Sonic.
Yeah.
And it's super aggravating.
That's hard. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I get it. It's like there are some places that are really like that.
It's like Oreos. I can't buy Oreos. I'm going to eat that package in about 48 hours. If I'm lucky, it will last that long.
I was going to say Girl Scout cookies. That's what I was going to say.
My husband brought some Girl Scout cookies home. They were gone real quick. But see, like that strawberry custard cake, I'm fine just eating one small piece of that. It's all right. But I guarantee you that strawberry custard cake for a small slice has less sugar in it than that dang Sonic burger. Potato chips and Coke Zero addiction. Never been to Sonic. Oh, don't go, Linda. Don't go.
I'm a combination of Chef Lori here and Linda because potato chips, and I love hot dogs, but I am picky about my hot dogs because some places the hot dogs are so salty to me. But potato chips, man.
I don't like hot dogs, but I like a Sonic chili cheese dog. I will eat anything just about at Sonic.
They're tater tots.
Tater tots, chili cheese dogs, mozzarella sticks. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Sonic is a very bad place for me.
it clearly triggers all the addiction points or whatever.
And when I get stressed, extra stressed, that's where I want to go.
Right. I get it. I oddly, like just the other day, I was like, all I want is Taco Bell. And that's like, is that even real food?
No, I don't eat Taco Bell.
Right. And it's not like I normally eat Taco Bell. Maybe once a year. And of course, the other night I did have to have some popcorn because of all the popcorn stitches.
It did make me want popcorn too. I don't know why. That's so funny. But yeah, Sonic's bad, and you can't go anywhere in Texas without passing a Sonic.
Because they were there first, right?
Well, they're an Oklahoma company.
Oklahoma, okay.
Uh-huh.
Happy cat. So see, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Like Wiener Schnitzels.
Mm-hmm.
I did like Wiener Schnitzels. I don't know if we have one anymore. We did have one close to where I used to work many, 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 many years ago. Not even my teaching job. It was the job I had before that. But I don't know if it's there anymore. Yeah, Sonic. Megan. Yes, the cherry limeade, and I have to get the diet because it's Sprite and high fructose corn syrup.
And see, that's another thing about Sonic. I want their Route 44 freaking Coke with some. I like Coke with vanilla in it, so those just adding more sugar to my Coke. It's already sugared up, and I won't drink a diet drink. I just go to my tea. So
yeah, well, I used to drink diet soda, but they can be a migraine trigger. So I have to but I can't drink the regular sodas because they're not real, except for the real sugar Pepsis that I can't get in a restaurant or at Sonic or anywhere else. I have to and I only do that because literally it's bizarre. I throw lemon essential oil in and it actually helps my headaches. But I cannot have regular soda or it's colonoscopy prep for me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that is like no high fructose corn syrup. That's bad stuff for me. It's probably bad stuff for everyone, but my body says you are not doing that.
See, that's what alcohol does to me now. Just one drink.
Oh, you have an outlet mall? Yeah, that will do all the fast food restaurants. So, Armchair Chef, you say your Arby's sauce. I am an Arby's sauce fan as well. That is my secret, and it won't be secret anymore, ingredient that I put in my chili. When I make regular chili, I put all the stuff in, and then I put in, I don't know, maybe a quarter cup or half cup. I really don't know with the new Arby's that you can buy the Arby's sauce at the grocery store. So, but anyway, yeah, it makes the chili. Yeah. So it's tangy and it adds a little bit of that sweet, which is not great, right? Because that's a condiment that has sugar in it too. But it's such a small amount when you're putting it in a whole pot of chili. But it has such a distinct flavor. It's so good. But since you have the Arby's sauce anyway, if you ever make yourself a pot of chili, there you go. That's my little silly food secret recipe. Oh, I have from a restaurant that doesn't exist anymore. I have a cookbook that was a whole bunch of restaurants contributed to this cookbook. But it's a green chili recipe. Oh my gosh, pork green chili. It's so good. And it calls for a little bit of sugar. It's like a quarter cup of sugar, but it makes like 20 cups of green chili. So it's like minimal, but yeah, why do we have to add sugar to everything? Some of it is actually you have to. Oh, you like the horsey sauce. I think sometimes you have to have sugars with acids or something like that. Is that right? Is there anybody here that has any chef training? on the live. Okay. I have too much yarn untangling to do. Where did my hook go?
I don't know, but they add sugar to stuff to keep us coming back and eating it.
Well, that's yes, restaurants, yes.
Mhm.
But I'm like, when I'm making a recipe at home, why is it necessary that because the acidity? Okay, it is the sugar and the acid. If you need the sugar in homemade stuff sometimes to cut the acid, but are there better sugars that you could use? I don't know. Did that end right? Am I in the right spot there? Yeah, I guess that's right. Just doesn't look right to me for some reason. Oops. Let me make sure I did everything properly here. I don't think I did. Back it up a little. All right.
Back that thing up.
I'm having some problems with.
Are you getting tired? Maybe
That's probably what it is. Let me see. Oh, that's what I did. I put that V-stitch in the wrong spot. There it is. Put it in the one next to it. So, because I counted my windows are right, so it should come out right this time. I forgot to count my windows last time.
stevia or monk fruit.
And I know, I don't know, can you cook with stevia? Agave. Oh, they say even agave is bad. Oh, interesting. There you go. There you go. Huh. Yeah, I think you can cook with. Oh, wow. Okay. So cane sugars are probably for you. My daughter doesn't like cane sugars. They're more natural sugars like cane sugar. Yeah, that's the processed. Can you cook with monk fruit? I don't know if you can cook with stevia. I don't know. I think it's too inconsistent. I think that's what I've heard.
But I feel like even if you're making sweets, if you're making them at home, most things are going to have less icky stuff in them.
Right.
Than if you buy it at the store, even like homemade supposedly at the store.
Right.
It's still going to be better for you.
Right. Right. The more you can actually cook at home, the better.
Mm-hmm.
I bake with it. Okay, so it does bake. Okay, good to know. Is it a 1-for-1 exchange on the monk fruit? Because sometimes things are different. By the way, oh my gosh, what? Why are they putting Splenda sucralose into soda? Oh my god.
Oh, you can't put it in there, babe.
That's crazy. That's crazy. My counts are right this time. Just in case anybody was wondering. Was that a single crochet? I don't know. Didn't feel like it was a single crochet. I don't think it was. All right. All right. Once I have that second row done and the counts are right, I know that from here on out, I'm good. I don't have to think about it anymore. It's just getting it started. Because it's not a difficult pattern. It's just getting, first I missed a stitch is what happened. Well, I put it too close together. And that messed me up at the end of the row, but that won't happen again because it's only that first row. Okay. Winco. I think a bit less. Okay. Okay, so monk fruit can sometimes be a little sweeter. I think that's what I had heard about it, but I couldn't remember for sure.
What size hook, Lori?
Oh, this is a 9mm. And this is a bulky 6-weight. On my sleeves, I did a 12mm because I wanted it to be even more open. But then I knew I needed it a little denser on the inside. This is actually, where's that? So it's a super bulky 6. It says 9mm or an N hook, an N13 9mm hook. So that's, I am actually using that. Oh, sorry. That's knocking down. I'm glad I found this ball band. I'm going to call it that because it's been helpful tonight to show stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, Esther, are you working on a project at the moment? But it is a super bulky 6, so that's why I'm using a 9. And it's, again, I'll go back in and link it later. So I'm sorry if you want to check the description later. I forgot to link it. It's the lacy aligned lotus stitch. And I'm not fully doing the puff stitch the way it calls for because it's blanket yarn and it would be so freaking fat, those puff stitches otherwise. It would just be just a giant puff. And I'm such a yarn eater. That was my other issue with it. Like, I need it to not eat the yarn. But it turns out I didn't need to worry about that so much because I have 2 cakes of this. This was a 2-pound ball. Do I still have it here? Yes. This is what it looks like when it's still in the cake. It's giant. 2.2 pounds. That's what it's called. So I just finished one leg warmer. Oh, nice. Love it. What size yarn and what size hook were you doing on your leg warmer, or were you knitting? Because definitely knitters show up occasionally. I don't even remember what I put in this title. I did not do a thorough job on this.
You said crochet with Lori and Camille.
Oh, that's all I said. Okay. That's exactly what you got, what was advertised. And you got Lori Chaos. So there you go. Lori Chaos is good times. Okay. Oh, this is the one. I got to the end. It's the only triple crochet in the whole pattern. And I forget every time. Okay. But yeah, it's a NordicHook.com stitch pattern. I think it's just a stitch pattern, but I'm turning it into a cardigan. I will pull. Okay.
It's a bonus episode.
It's a bonus episode. Yes. Yes, bonus episode of chaos and crazy dating stories. Okay. So this is the back panel. You can see I wanted it wholly because I wanted the blanket yarn. I'm calling it that. It's not technically blanket yarn, but I wanted it to be able to breathe. And then here's my sleeve. But I used a bigger hook. So see how giant the holes are there? Because I used the bigger hook on the sleeves. But again, I wanted the sleeves to really be able to breathe. I am going to deconstruct this because I have the sleeves positioned in a little weird place. I do have these stitch markers Are these the ones from you, Camille?
Are they cats?
Yeah, these.
Yeah.
A cat in the moon and a cat in a teacup.
I think so.
Yeah. So I marked where it needs to meet up the panels. Oh, sorry, I pull them in a little closer. So I've tried it on, but I did not like the positioning of where I put the sleeves, so I'm gonna have to take them off. But I didn't like tie it off or anything, because it's right now it's attached. That's where it's attached to the back panel. But it'll be easy. I deliberately made it so I could unstitch it pretty easily. Why is it not blanket yarn? Because it's not what it's actually called. I guess I think of blanket. I mean, yes, it's blanket yarn, but I think blanket yarn is the specific Bernat blanket yarn, isn't it? Or is this because it's just not labeled blanket yarn?
I mean, Big Twist calls their equivalent plush yarn.
Right. So I think blanket yarn is branded to Bernat. In
Uh-huh.
every other regard,
It's plush yarn.
yes. Every other regard, it is a blanket yarn. It's just they can't call it that, I think. Cozy Cove, the name of your yarn. It's Cover Story. Lion Brand Cover Story is my yarn. Crocheting 5.5 with a 4. Okay, see, 5.5 with a 4-weight yarn is one of my favorite combinations, Esther. Like, honestly, that I would do all day long, every day, that combination. It's a long story why I chose to use this yarn for this pattern. It took me forever to decide on a stitch, but as you can see, I literally have only probably worked on this a total of, let's see, 3, 4, 5, at the most 8 hours, and I'm almost done with it. And if I didn't have mess ups, I probably would be done with it. And then I have the other front panel, so I'm on my last panel. But yeah, I think in all regards, it really pretty much is blanket yarn. Yes. Do you want to make? Yes. Do you want to make a blankie? And then there's one blankie and a ball or something like that. But this, because it's not Bernat brand, it's Lion brand. I think that's why they can't call it blanket yarn. I think, but for all of our senses, it's blanket yarn. To all of us, it's blanket yarn, right? It's softer than Bernat blanket yarn to me, I think. Although I hear the new formula for Bernat blanket is nicer. Not that Bernat blanket isn't soft, but this is, like I said, it almost feels like a chenille, but I'm not having the problems that you have with a chenille. Let me see if I can grab a chenille.
Even Bernat blanket yarn varies in softness, color to color, and I feel like that's the dye.
Yeah. Yeah, you're totally right.
Because fabric does the same thing. Like you can have the same fabric from the same company and a different dye. The darker dyes tend to make it stiffer. And I've noticed the same thing with the blanket yarn. The darker colors are stiffer than the lighter colors. So I feel like it's a dye thing.
So I'm just pulling these off my shelf to check them. Because these are, these are the same type of yarn. Mm-hmm. These cotton cakes. Let me feel them. Let's feel. Yeah, see? Oh, this one's definitely softer. Mm-hmm. But it's technically the exact same yarn, right? Mm-hmm. The Karen cotton cakes. But it's soft, but this is definitely softer. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's weird. But definitely there's a difference. What yarn was I feeling? Yeah. It was on my Joanne haul. What yarn was that I said, oh, that one's not as soft?
But I don't know. I don't remember.
I don't remember anything. So too
But
much.
yeah, I think that's why Megan and the dye. And see, Bridget just said the size of the color molecule make a difference in the softness.
Interesting.
Uh-huh.
So it's a chemistry thing.
Uh-huh.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So do you experience that with your own dyeing, I would imagine?
I haven't yet. I haven't noticed it,
Okay.
but I don't have enough dye experience.
That's why I'm wondering Bridget has.
Oh,
Black
Bridget.
jeans. Oh yes, Megan, you've said this before and you're so right about black jeans.
Mm.
So when it's a black dyed denim, it's not the same. Oh my gosh. If this wasn't blanket yarn, I would have just cut this yarn and done a magic knot, but I don't like knots in the blanket yarn if I can avoid it. Well, blanket type yarn. Ah, man. But I'm all wound up again. Let's see. It was working so well. Again, it's when I move my projects, it's a problem. And I was working downstairs and now I'm back upstairs. Man. That's so interesting. We always learn so much. Yeah, Camille's, that's her own stitch pattern. This is not my own stitch pattern. I just chose that, but that's her own stitch pattern. Do you want to talk about it? Because Esther's saying she really likes both of them.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I just wanted to make my own design, and so I had done a hat and a blanket that had this single, triple, single, and I really liked it. And then I had done a blanket that had this window or mesh stitch in it. And I was just sitting here playing around and just did this stitch pattern. And to my delight, no one has this stitch pattern on anything that I've found. So I made up my own cardigan design. And I really like it. And it's for the Love Yourself Cardigan Challenge that I'm having on my channel.
Oh, I need to go in and link that too.
For the month of February. Let me drop my link.
Yeah.
And so you can check my channel out. And then so the people, my regular subscribers that watch me on the lives, we're all doing a cardigan
For ourselves is
for
the key.
ourselves. It's a Love Yourself Cardigan Challenge. So that's going on. And then next month we're going to do mosaic crochet together. Well, whoever wants to participate, but yeah, together. Yeah. So you're welcome to join us. I mean, I don't know how fast you crochet, but you've got till the end of the month. And there's a video that talks about the Love Yourself Cardigan Challenge, and you can see what the rules are. And if you participate and do a little dance, it's explained in the video, then you get in a drawing for some yarn. But I was thinking about the other day, I didn't say anything on that video about the fact that like I have cats, and also hand dyed yarn is probably going to be the wool. Like if you're allergic.
Yeah, because cotton is harder to hand dye. Is that correct?
I believe so, but I don't know.
I know it's possible.
I don't know if it's harder or if you just have to use different dyes, different chemicals. I don't know. Can you acid dye cotton, babe? Bridget probably knows.
Bridget, because I know Bridget was talking about bamboo, and that's one of her issues with bamboo is the chemicals, right?
Well, I think she was talking more like in the processing.
Oh, the process of turning it into yarn.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess in my head that was the dyes.
I don't know.
You're right. I'm hearing it in my head again, and yeah, that's what it was.
I think it might be just as bad to process bamboo into yarn as it is to make acrylic, but I don't know if that's true. I'm just guessing.
Well, acrylic is plastic.
Yeah.
So this is, what did I say? What is the, I think it's polyester, but let me look. Which is also a plastic, right?
Is it?
Polyester. Yes, polyester. This is polyester.
Is polyester plastic?
Different dyes. Okay, different dyes that separates between. Okay.
Separates in between the natural fibers and synthetics.
LCW. What I missed something Long Cool said. What did Chuck say? I know you were saying, Megan, that you were going to do March is quilting month for you. What did I miss from Long Cool?
Saying she was going to quilt next month,
Oh, she's also quilting next month. Okay.
I think is what she's referring to. But
Okay.
I think me and you and Linda and I don't know, is Lori Bridges probably going to do. We got a lot of people doing the Mosaic March, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to do it either. Like, you can still come and enjoy
Yeah, right.
the pleasure of our company.
Because it's always entertaining.
Because
That is guaranteed. We're a wild couple of ladies.
we're some crazy cat ladies.
We are. We will fun. I'm not sold on it because it's challenging. Okay, both are extremely turned into make a byproduct. Oh, making fuels. Oh,
Making what?
fuels.
Biodegrade at all. Okay.
Okay, so it's yes, and that is like that's one of the bigger issues with anything that's. I just didn't realize it was from a fuel.
Oh, you didn't?
Mm-mm.
You didn't know plastic came from oil?
I did, but I didn't really know it. You know what I mean? Like I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, but it was like not in my recall. But yes, I knew acrylic was a plastic, and I forgot that plastics ultimately come from.
But it's like, here's something that I don't know the answer to it. I'm curious. It popped into my brain again. Like, so if we didn't make plastic, would we still be making as much fuel and we would just have a byproduct with nothing to do with? Like, they're going to make the fuel, right? They're going to make the gas. So that's going to have a byproduct regardless. Are we causing there to be more fuels made because of our plastic consumption? Or are we just using up the byproducts of our fuel consumption? I guess.
Right, a little bit chicken and egg.
Curious.
That's a curiosity question. That's interesting.
Yeah, I am curious about that.
Well, the worst offender for single-use plastic is the medical world
Mm-hmm.
because of I guess cleanliness. I guess is how I'm going to say that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's
But I mean, I guess I feel like also like good luck getting away from plastic.
right.
It's everywhere. So like let's say, for example, in 20 years, we all were driving electric cars. We would still need fuel for things because it's not just cars. But would we still have to keep making the fuels because of our plastic consumption? I don't know. Just weird, random thoughts out of my
That's a piece of it, but as far as the problem, big picture with EVs, and unless you're using solar entirely, which they don't, you're talking about coal, right? Coal is the other major, and some wind, but wind and solar are not the majority. It's still fossil fuel because it's coming from coal. So
less of both. We're making it worse because even more chemicals have to be used.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Fueled by fossil fuels at the power plants. What?
Cars and fuel at the power plants. Oh yeah, fossil fuels are everywhere. They just are.
I don't know. Seems like something needs to be done, but who knows what the answer is, I feel like. She can't get anything without like plastic hook. I guess you could be using a metal hook.
Right.
Plastic in our phones.
And other
plastic for our Amazon packaging. Plastic on our food. Like it's everywhere.
It is. It is. And it's very difficult to entirely get away from it. I just don't know if you can. Mm-hmm. Entirely. I mean, you could.
But I do think we could reduce it. Yeah, we could reduce it as a society, but I mean, that's going to take some major overhaul, and some people are going to be mad because they don't see what the big deal is, right? So,
right.
But,
well, and I don't. I just anything federally is difficult. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But
we've covered a range of topics tonight.
We have. But all the things. It's hard. I guess, yeah. Oh, for like the hybrid ones? Is that what you're talking about? Or on the environment? Because of the mining. Yes, that's what I was going to say. Because of the mining and the lithium and stuff for their batteries. Yeah.
You think the mining for the batteries is worse than the fracking and crap that goes on for the gas, though? I mean,
fracking's for natural gas, right?
I think fracking was also for oil. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? I could be wrong.
I very well could be wrong.
I don't know enough about it.
Misinterpretation. But anyway, yeah, no, all of it's
falling around it. Yeah, I mean, electric cars aren't for someone that has to travel. Electric cars are for someone that just like goes to work every day. Like definitely. Like if you can't take an electric car on a road trip without having to stop every 400 miles, something like that.
Well, not even that, less than that.
To charge it.
And then you have to
but you can
you add in time. Yes, I have an electric car. One of our vehicles is electric.
Yeah, my dad has an electric car.
But we don't drive that much. We don't like for our trip. If we're gonna take a road trip, even to say, I don't know, Grand Junction. So I'm in the Denver metro area. If I'm gonna go to Grand Junction, that's through the mountains. That's about a 4-hour drive from where I live. I'm not going to take the electric vehicle. I'm just not going to do it. I could, and there are plenty of of fueling, quote unquote, fueling stations here in Colorado. It's no problem. That's not the issue. It adds so much time. It's a 4-hour car drive in which I might have to get fuel once versus a probably 6-hour drive because I'm going to have to stop and
charge.
But the kind of driving I do, I would be perfectly fine.
Yes.
Well, it sounds like you
Yes.
drive with me too. I would be perfectly fine having an electric vehicle. I would never have a problem. I would never be having to carry around a gas generator because I don't ever drive more than like 20 miles at a time.
Right. And we have one vehicle of each type.
Uh-huh.
So, we have a minivan that's fuel. And so if we're going to go on a long trip, or we just need 2 cars on a particular day, whoever's driving further generally takes the EV. I cannot charge a car.
But it's like overall, which is worse? I don't know the answer to that. Like, which is worse? I don't know. I know that an electric vehicle is quieter, and I like that about it.
But that can be dangerous for wildlife.
Yeah, but
there's the other side of that.
Honk your horn.
Honk your horn. Honk your horn. Yeah, Chef Lori, that is one of the biggest issues. Transfer.
What? Cannot charge a car at work or home. There's no hookups. A lot of people get one if they wanted to. Yeah.
Yep. Again, there's probably a huge difference between Colorado and how many charging options you might have. And okay, so yeah, I'm going to address the cloth diapers too. I personally know several people that have chosen cloth diaper options, but I'm like, okay.
But then you got to wash them.
So that's electricity. Does it help the landfills? Yes, it does.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other end of that spectrum, you're
using water and gas.
I don't know if any of you ever watched the show The Good Place with Ted Danson, and it is absolutely addressing what we're talking about. There's no way. We are in kind of at this point in society, to some degree. We can work on it each individually to some degree, but we're gonna lose in so much of this. There's each of our actions. Okay, I go to cloth diapers instead. I'm helping the landfills and plastics and different stuff. But yes, your child learns to use the potty much younger if you use cloth diapers. There are big advantages to cloth diapers.
Mm-hmm.
It's better for the baby's skin. But, with working parents, that's not always realistic because I don't see daycare centers wanting to deal with that. I'm just guessing. I don't know because my daughter doesn't do that.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
I don't know. We are unfortunately not going to solve the world's problems tonight, y'all.
No, we are not.
We can bring them up.
Especially not in 4 hours.
No.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And then it's like, oh, I don't drive around, go shopping and stuff. Oh, but people sure do order off of Amazon. Like, you're not driving, but someone else is.
Right.
People have conversations about, well, I don't drive. I just, help because, I don't go all these places in my car. And it's like, yeah, but you're ordering off of Amazon. Like, they're making trips to your house just as if you were driving to the store.
Right.
And if you're like one of my kids, they're coming every day to your house to drop off. It's like, can you please do a weekly order so I don't have a stranger on my property every single day? Like
right. That. The difference is the driver that's delivering stuff is delivering a lot of things. And so the footprint thing with Amazon specifically, there is a consciousness about that. The, what do you call it? Your something footprint. Why can't a carbon? There it is. Carbon footprint. But man, I have not watched Kim Knits put this stuff down the drain. That would stress me out, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it's true. Oh, fabric softener down. Yeah, to tell you. I have 5 speed. Oh, yeah. See, stick shifts? Stick shifts are nice.
Yeah.
When I lived in the mountains, that it was so helpful to have a stick shift because you have so much more control over the vehicle
Yeah.
up and down hills. But now that I have crappy knees, I can say I don't miss having to deal with a clutch.
Water down the drain when she rinses her yarn. It's a huge amount. Yeah, it is.
And car washes for sure waste a ton.
But then like where your water comes from, right? Go look up where your water comes from. Ooh.
I have a friend whose dad was we're going to call him a penny pincher,
Mm-hmm.
that he would only wash his car. And now I'm like, you would be considered very environmentally friendly. He would only wash his car when it was raining outside. So he would go outside
in the rain and wash it,
snowing, and he would use that
uh-huh.
and like clean his car.
Huh.
So like I said, he was being a miser, but it was actually environmentally friendly. I don't know if he used soap or not. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
But my friend always talked about it. I just thought it was the funniest thing because I do not perceive him as being a super environmentally conscious person, but I do perceive him as a penny pincher.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that the double? Okay. I can tell I am done.
You're done for the night? Yeah.
I've hit the wall.
I'm tired.
I'm going to just do these chain 2 just so I like to chain when I get a.
I think that's coming out nice.
Oh, that looks great. It looks like it should be that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't know about you, but when I pull up my stitch, I always stick a stitch marker in it, even though it's pulled up, just so if it does get pulled down, it won't actually start pulling out, frogging.
I don't worry about it. If I got to stitch a few more stitches. I've never had a problem yet.
one time is all it took for me.
Yeah,
and so I always put a stitch marker in, and I think it was the cat got a hold of the project.
I tend to wrap it up with the yarn inside of it and hide the yarn so the cats don't get it.
Yeah, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna wrap this around.
I have none of that nasty city water to me. See, I think so we have city water now, but I grew up with a well. Okay, that's all fine and good, right? But this is a well that was on farming community. This is a farming community.
Yep.
In the 70s, they were using lots and lots of Roundup, right? Like lots and lots of chemicals.
Yeah.
And my grandpa, who owned this land in this area, had a well, and of course, all the kids drank from the well, right? His kids, my mom, her sister, her brother,
Right.
all of them died of cancer.
Oh my gosh.
Uh-huh. And sometimes I wonder, like, was it because of that?
Certainly would have been a contributing factor.
Like, makes you go, right?
Yeah.
So, and then, I mean, it's like, then I think about that, and it's like, for the first 10 years of my life, like, we were drinking that well water while they were still farming this land all around here.
Yeah.
Where was that water coming from? That water was so hard, too. It was very, very hard water. The only thing that I have a little comfort in, of course, here's probably where my sugar addiction comes from. I drank a lot of Dr. Pepper instead. I I wasn't a big water drinker as a kid, right? So I don't know. Super, which is worse.
Oh man. Bridget, do you mean 16 total more squares to attach and you're done?
Wow, we're gonna be done. We're all three of us, I think, are gonna be done tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes, because
Yeah.
I'm done here, but
I guess there's a chance I might not pick up my crochet. Well, I will for sure, at least while I'm live tomorrow night. Might finish it on the live
oh yeah, you're doing live on Mondays, right?
tomorrow night at 8. Yeah, 8 my time, 8 Central.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm about exhausted. Like, I don't know. I think I've crocheted about 6 hours today.
That's a lot.
I mean, 4 with you, but that wasn't on
right.
crochet, and then 2 earlier, and then I crochet when I'm not on camera too. Here the well water is salty, huh? Have a good night, Esther.
It's nice to meet you. So to
We have a
speak.
community well, but we won't drink it. It tastes nasty, even filtered. Ugh.
Yeah, when I lived in the mountains, I had a well, and that water was pretty decent, but it also like definitely had so many minerals in it. Holy moly! But it was in the mountains, so it was like we didn't have runoff in that kind of sense, like what you experienced. But my dad, where he lives, people had to stop using wells because of the farm runoff. What you're describing, the fertilizer and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that makes sense. We have other minerals in our water. I'll be down. Oh, you're going to finish tonight. That's great.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, Lori is not capable of doing that. Lori is done with this for tonight. But
Yeah. Thanks for hanging out with me, everybody.
Yes, it was good. It was
Yeah.
good. And I need sleep, and we got some new visitors that we haven't met before, so that's always exciting.
Yeah.
We'll have to check out Esther.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you do Tuesday Night Live. You start an hour earlier. What time do you start, Bridget, on Mondays?
Am I going back on at 1 a.m.? Probably not tonight. I don't know. Who knows? We'll see. I think I might be crocheted out for today, though. Look.
But yeah, maybe do a diamond painting. Yeah, give your fingers a break.
I got a crease on my finger again. That's when I know I've been crocheting about 6 hours. I get a crease.
Yeah. See, I have a little bit of one. Not much, but I don't know if you can see that. But I can feel it right there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait. This way.
Oh yeah, yours is a little bigger because you got that big yarn, blanket yarn.
Yeah.
This is a size 5 crease.
It's crease and it's definitely wider. Oh.
Good night, Margaret.
Yes. Yeah. And then I'm 99%. I will do some sort of live
Yeah.
day. The other Lori might join me. It'll depend on some stuff. I might diamond paint. It depends on where I'm at on this. But I've got to work on that dang sleeping bear.
Yeah.
Oh, but I gotta finish this first because the goal is to have this done by Saturday.
So 7:30. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, she goes on right before you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hand and wrist stretches. Yes, there are some really good ones that can help you.
Yeah, I do.
Sometimes has to do with your genetics. Apparently, is what I have learned. But my aunt and my grandma both had carpal tunnel surgery, so it is something that I do have to be conscious of.
I usually, that's part of like when I break to walk, I'm not just walking, like I'm shaking out and stretching my hands, and they get a rest, right? I mean, they get a rest at least every 2 hours. even when I crochet all day. Your crease is permanent. It's always there, really. Mine will go away. It depends on how long, how many hours. That's funny, huh? You just get a tattoo and just get a tattoo across here
A tattoo of a string of yarn.
with a little yarn ball here.
That would be too cute. That'd be fun to watch on screen too. If somebody had
do
that.
a little hook here with a twisted yarn going across for my finger.
Awesome. I did get complimented on my fingernail polish today, and I said, "Well,
Okay.
I did a whole YouTube video putting it on." So
Hey, you need to go in there and make that video public. I forgot to tell you about that.
oh,
If you do a vertical live, you have to go back in and make it public because it automatically puts it as private.
well, poop!
And
I did not know
I
that.
can't find a setting to change it, so I think it just must have to do with the vertical.
So is it in the lives? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
edit.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure enough.
Yep.
Okay.
Because I was looking for it.
Save.
I was like,
Okay.
oh, did she realize? And then I
No,
noticed.
I had no idea.
Uh-huh.
It's fixed now.
Yeah. Right on. Okay. Well, I guess I'll talk to y'all later.
Yes, it was so good to see everybody, and we have a lot of control on.
Sweet dreams.
Yeah, that's true.
Sweet dreams. Sweet
All right.
dreams. Sleep well.
Sleep well, and then Camille may or may not come back on. Who knows?
Probably not.
But yeah, I may end up diamond painting Tuesday night. We'll see. We'll see.
Hi, Linda. Oh, we're leaving, Lana.
Oh, Lana, sorry. Yes, so we can show you quick progress, but we're pretty much closing down because I am fried. So this is the last panel of my cardigan that I'm working on. I have
Night, Megan.
here's the other panel. You can see that I'm using this blanket yarn. So that's the front panel. And then I'm working on the second one of those. And I have the back panel. And I have the back panel here. And the arms. And then Camille is working on the edging for her cardigan.
Mm-hmm. I'm doing the ribbing for the front, and then I'll be finished, I think.
Yeah. So you are close to finished. I am probably not too far from finished. This panel won't take me that long. Then it's just like removing those shoulder. Okay, so yes, this blanket yarn is amazing. It's not technically blanket yarn. This is what it is. I've shown it several times tonight. Oh, I moved the camera. That's my fault. Cover Story is what it's called. It's Lion brand. Let me find that ball band. Where'd it go? This will be easier, but you can see the big giant cape. Let me show you. And it is, so it feels more like chenille, but behaves like blanket yarn is how I would describe it. So it's 2.2 pounds, 547 yards. You can see how much yarn I have left, and I'm on the very last panel. So I have enough to do this panel and then some. I do have another cake if I need it. 547 yards, super bulky 6. It is particularly squishy. Like I said, more so than Lucky Yarn. 8 millimeter needles and 9 millimeter hook. It is machine washable. It's 100% polyester. So that is that. I bought this specifically to make something for myself, and I never have, but thanks to Camille's Love Yourself Cardigan Challenge, I'm finally making myself a cardigan with the yarn I bought to make something for myself. So that is where it's at. But yes, this is very squishy, soft yarn. It, like I said, it feels a little more like a chenille, but behaves like a blanket yarn.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Camille's, you're still using, yours is Scarfy, right?
Scarpy, yeah. 5.
It's a 5. Okay.
Blind brand, Scarpy, mint silver, 5 bulky, 78 acrylic, 22 wool, 312 yards of skein, which I'm pretty sure I've used more like 5 skeins, even though I have 6 that I've pulled from.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scarpy does have some wool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This has no wool. Are you allergic, Lana?
Not sad for me. I'm a lucky one. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I'm not totally sensitive to wool. I'm not allergic, but I don't tend to use wool. But yeah, blanket yarn works so fast, right? When did I start this? I can't remember. Was it Tuesday?
I
Was
think
it last Tuesday?
I think it was.
I think it was Tuesday.
When did we diamond paint? I don't remember.
Whenever we diamond painted.
That would have been Tuesday. No, that was Friday. We diamond painted.
That was Friday? That is when I started it. Holy crap. I started this Friday?
Uh-huh.
And I'm this far. It's blanket yarn, man.
Yeah. This works up so quick.
Holy mackerel.
Well, I think we need to do a blanket and blanket yarn. I think we're going to have a blanket and blanket yarn done as fast as you do a cardigan. Like it's almost the same.
Faster, right? Because I don't have to connect parts and measure.
Right. I think we need to do it.
Yeah.
Tell people how to do a chevron.
Yeah.
It's be good content for people that haven't.
For sure. I will go back in, by the way, Lana it's Lana, right?
Lana,
So Lana is the one with the O. That's the other version. Okay, so this is Lana. So what was I about to say?
You're going to go back in and probably link it?
Oh, link the stitch. Yes, thank you. See, I am definitely tired. So the stitch is called the lacy aligned lotus stitch. And right there, flip it around. That part is the lotus stitch. It's puffs. I made my puffs not as puffy, but it's NordicHook.com, which is the most specific. Like it said step by step. It was not joking. If it said, it would say chain 1, and then it would have a picture of chaining 1. So it was like so straightforward. It was very easy to follow the pattern. Great for learning to read patterns too. So NordicHook.com, but I will go in and link that pattern. It's very pretty. It's open, and yeah. Lacy aligned lotus stitch. Yes, I believe that is the name of it, and it's NordicHook.com. Weirdly enough, Megan, I have weird lists in my head, so I will get it, even though I am tired. I will get it because I just fixed those 2 things. Let's see if I can can I edit the live while we're in it?
Possibly. I think you're probably better off doing it off because StreamYard's link. When you link in StreamYard, it doesn't always take.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're better off doing it after and going in through YouTube and editing it there.
Yeah.
That's how I do it anyway.
Yeah. I'm I'm in YouTube on my phone.
All right. Well, I'm gonna need to get. We got to go to the restroom again.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, do you guys want me to link my published math paper?
Yes.
Okay, I will.
I'm curious. I'll read it as much as I can.
Well, you can look at the pictures. I'm not even kidding about that. You can literally look at the pictures because that's where a lot of the math is. I didn't. The professor did most of the technical writing.
Yeah.
So okay, wait.
Okay, I'm gonna go. See y'all later, guys.
I will. I really appreciate some of you really hanging in here. But yes, I do love. Lana, this yarn is so soft. I haven't used a ton of blanket yarn. I have used chenille yarns. It, like I said, it works up like a blanket yarn, so you don't have the problems, but it feels more like a chenille. It's so soft and squishy. But yeah, that's okay. Let's see if it's gonna do it. Is it gonna let me do it? No. Anyway, I will get that linked, this stitch, but nordicook.com, I do recommend that website, especially if you're learning to read patterns. But thank you so much. Was this expensive? For the 547 yards, the problem is I bought it, I think on sale when it was like a limited edition or whatever. But I do believe, let me look it up, how much it costs now. But it's 547. You can literally make an entire blanket with one cake. Cover story yarn. Let me find that answer for you really quick. So it says they have Cover Story at Walmart for $25. So that one looks fake. Yeah. So, but directly through Lion Brand, it's more expensive. So, but yeah, Walmart. It says Walmart $25. Again, for 2.2 pounds of yarn, that is so cheap. And for a bulky 547 yards of yarn, and I'm going to get an entire cardigan out of it, that's very reasonable. So it's called Cover Story is what you want to look up. Let me see what colorway this is. This is colorway Jasper, this particular one. The one I'm seeing at Walmart, let's see what it says. Not that I'm a huge Walmart shopper, but the one they're showing is a different colorway called emery, like an emery board, like when you, like for filing your nails. And that's 25, but yeah, it looks like if you look at Walmart, because Walmart does sell some of the Lion brands, it's more, it's more expensive if you go directly to Lion Brand. So just a heads up on that. But yeah, Cover Story. I think for what it is, it's not expensive. It's not at all overpriced. If you're going, it's like $35. So it's like $10 more if you go to Yarn Inspirations. But yeah, so it's just Google it, Cover Story, Lion Brand, this particular colorway, Jasper. And you guys are awesome, and I really appreciate y'all. So I will, yeah, definitely, Lana. I love it. It's fantastic yarn. If you like this type of yarn, so oh, you've got a procedure tomorrow. I'm sorry, I had one last week, so I understand. Sleep well and good. Best wishes for tomorrow for you, Lana, and Megan and Bridget. Thank you for being here, and I hope to see you all tomorrow night at Camille's or Tuesday night here. So thank you so much, and I will see you all later.